All right, it's 9 a.m. We're going to get started. Welcome back to the February 5th through 6th, 2025 board meeting. My name is Sung Oh, president of the board. Before we convene, I'd like to remind everyone present that the board is a consumer protection agency charged with administering and enforcing pharmacy law. Where protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. As I facilitate this meeting, I will announce when we're accepting public comment. I have advised the meeting moderator to allot 2 minutes to each individual providing comments. We'll begin with public comments for individuals attending in person, followed by public comments by individuals participating via WebEx. This approach is necessary to facilitate this meeting. Before we get started, I would like to ask staff moderating the meeting to provide general instructions. Moderator?
Good morning. As stated, people will be given 2 minutes to speak, and I'll give you a 10-second warning before your time expires. When the time comes for public comment, we're going to ask everyone to raise their hand. You can do that by tapping the hand button at the bottom of your screen if you're using a regular desktop computer. For our dial-in users, you will need to dial *3 to raise your hand. And for our mobile device users, you have 3 different screens and only one of them has a hand button. So you may need to hit the ellipses button. That's the ... and cycle through the different screens. Back to you, President O.
Thank you, David. I'd like to take a roll call to establish a quorum. I know Jessie is coming. Hopefully she's driving safe. Trevor Chandler?
Present.
Thank you, Trevor. Renee? I know Renee is in there. Over the virtual world. Renee is not on the attendee list right now.
Let's see if we can re-find Renee.
Yeah, thank you, David. Indira Cameron Banks. I know Indira is not joining today. Jeff Hughes?
Present.
Good morning, Jeff. KK Jha?
Licensing member present.
Thank you, KK. Jay Newell?
Public member present.
Thank you, Jay. Satinder Sandhu?
Licensing member present.
Thank you, Satinder. Maria Serpa?
Licensee member present.
Thank you, Maria. Nicole Tebow? No, I saw her. Thank you.
Licensee member present, and no persons over the age of 18 are with me at this time.
Thank you, Nicole, and I'm here. A quorum has been established. I truly appreciate everyone's time and commitment to the board and California consumers. I ask everyone participating today to be respectful of the work before the board. We encourage participation by members of the public throughout our meetings at appropriate times. The board respectfully requests that when comments are provided, they're done so in a professional manner consistent with how the board conducts its business. Before we move to the next agenda item, I would also like to remind board members participating via WebEx to please remain visible on camera throughout the open portion of today's meeting. If you need to temporarily turn off your camera due to challenges with internet connectivity, please remember to announce the reason for your non-appearance when you turn off the camera. And I just wanted to circle back if Renee can be promoted. I know she is now Barker, Renee, but I see
Renee is back with us.
Renee, are you able to unmute and the camera?
I'm still having trouble with the video.
Okay.
So I'm working on this in the background. I'm trying an alternate, yeah. So I'm trying to get the video to work. So
thank you, Renee. Corinne, can I get her as attending, even her video is having
it'll be on shortly, I think, but
okay.
And then I will say I'm present, and also there's nobody over the age of 18 in the room here with me.
Thank you, Renee. Our karaoke microphone is not working. So Alex, I think the battery died for no singing for today for Corinne. Okay, we're moving on to agenda item 5, public comments on items not on the agenda. Agenda items for future meetings. We'll now accept public comment for items not on the agenda. You're not required to identify yourself, but may do so. I'd like to remind everyone that the board cannot take action on these items except to decide whether to place an item on a future agenda. Accordingly, if your comment pertains to an item on the agenda for the meeting, please make your comment during the public comment period specific to that agendized item. Members, following review of the public comments for this agenda item, I will ask members to comment on what, if any, items should be placed on a future agenda. As a reminder, this agenda item is not intended to be a discussion, rather an opportunity for members of the board and members of the public to request consideration of an item for future placement on an agenda, at which time the discussion may occur. We'll begin with public comment for items not on the agenda in Sacramento.
The past two meetings, I urged the California Board of Pharmacy to allow treatment alternatives. Yes, it is. I'll start again, can I? Thank you. The past two meetings, I urged the California Board of Pharmacy to allow alternatives such as properly dosed ivermectin, which obviates the need for the COVID-19 vaccine. I also urged to discontinue promoting, administering, and distributing COVID-19 vaccine, especially since COVID-19 vaccines are killing people at an alarming rate. Staff directed me to the feds, the Food and Drug Administration, and the Centers for Disease Control Prevention's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. In October of 2021, I informed California Department of Public Health as a public information officer. I informed CDPH senior leadership of the safety and efficacy of properly dosed ivermectin. CDPH also deferred to the feds, the FDA, stating that CDPH does not approve the use of pharmaceuticals to treat COVID-19 vaccine. Two observations. Number one, state bureaucrats and state bureaucracies conveniently defer to the feds. Yet when I reported, federal health officials said on April 14, 2022, that we know these vaccines are killing people of color, Black, Latino, Indigenous people at about 2 times the rate of white Americans. And yet when Julie Threet 6 times, and I have cited past couple times, about COVID-19 vaccine adverse events reporting system, reporting injuries and death data, the federal information is conveniently downplayed or dismissed. Observation number 2, that when thousands of people are dying and millions of people are injured by COVID-19 vaccine, the reaction is to cite state law and state that we can't do, rather than figure out what we can do and what should already have been done to save people's lives and spare people's sufferings. I'm frustrated, vexed, saddened, and quite frankly, depressed that 4 million Californians were not served by their California Department of Public Health, nor are they being served by the California Board of Pharmacy.
Thank you for the comment.
Thank you.
Any other comment in Sacramento? Okay, Jessie is back for the record. Let her announce when she is able to. Okay, we're ready to go to WebEx, David.
All right, we are open for public comment via WebEx. Now is the time to raise those hands by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. For our dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. And our first request is coming from Larry Reese. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm Larry Rice. I'm a board certified geriatric pharmacist and have been so in California since 1971. I know that in the past, the board has considered the topics of remote order processing and remote data entry. It is not, I know you have a waiver later on in the agenda to discuss, but I want to talk about potentially putting on the agenda for future an expansion of the remote order processing and clarity based upon Division 2 4050 A and C do establish that our practice of pharmacy is a profession and that we are healthcare providers and have the authority to provide healthcare services. And the fields of medicine and pharmacy, as you know, are evolving rapidly along with our knowledge base and our resources of technology. I urge the board to again support and encourage legislation to clarify statute and regulation that deals with the advanced opportunities for patient care. Again, I know that you've addressed this in the past and had difficulty in obtaining legislative sponsors, but more than just the short-term waivers that would allow this in emergency situations. I think we need to look at expanding for the opportunities for patient care. I submit that we're looking really at two different functions. One is remote order processing, and the other is remote order entry and screening. In regards to remote order processing, the board had the statutory proposal in April of 2023. I would suggest that expanding upon that base, we look at language in that proposal
10
to
seconds.
restrict that to California registered pharmacists, and remote data entry be restricted to the same as well as registered certified California pharmacy techs.
Time.
My time is up.
Time is up.
So
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we're going to hear from Paige Talley. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you, David. This is Paige Talley with the California Council for the Advancement of Pharmacy, and we would like to have burglaries and robberies on a future agenda, and I'll explain why now. This is a message from one of my members. At the end of October, our San Diego long-term care pharmacy was robbed, and he says robbed because long-term care pharmacies are open 24/7. And so there were people in there, but they left as soon as they saw the robbers. So shortly thereafter was an attempt made at the Orange County location. The same night San Diego was hit, at least 3 other pharmacies were also robbed in North San Diego County, we found out later. At some time after, a Tucson location as well was robbed, and pharmacies in Illinois and Tennessee also. This is a far more common practice than we could have known. All robbers in the South, he uses robbers, but I think sometimes he means burglaries. All robbers in the Southwest were the same group of 4 males armed with a 6-foot pry bar. They gained entry in the early hours, took only controlled drugs, and were gone in 45 minutes, far shorter than police response times. In following up, I noticed that the local police did not communicate between cities on the crimes. Also, we saw no way to find information on details of the crimes for licensees at DEA sites or
10
BOP
seconds.
where reports are made. We have certainly made changes after the events in our organization, but could have made them earlier in the information if the information had been available.
Time.
Oh, darn. All right.
Thank you for the comments, Paige.
Next, we're going to hear from Brittany Patterson Johnson. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, Brittany, we're going to try again. We're sending you a new request to unmute your microphone. Are you with us, Brittany? All right, I see you're unmuted. Please remain unmuted. I haven't heard from you yet. I'm going to put up some instructions on the screen. You may need to change your microphone input. Are you with us, Brittany? President O, how would you like to proceed? This is our last potential request for public comment on this item.
Well, I think the audio is not connected, unfortunately. So up there's someone else.
We
though.
have a new one. Hold on. Brittany, I'm going to put you on mute. We'll circle back to you in a moment. Stefano Bertozzi, we've sent you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, we're sending Stefano a new request to unmute.
David, it looks like Stefano has on there twice. He's promoted once and once in the panel, so maybe that's why he's raising his hand.
Oh, thank you for that. All right, caller number 6. You may need to dial *6 after I send you a prompt.
Hey there, this is Julie 3 calling. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, it's Julie 3, here to advocate for the vaccine injured. I'm at the other location, so I'm sorry that I missed you in person, but I did send you an email with all my comments. This is basically my 8th time speaking for you today on the dangers of the COVID-19 vaccine. And I do want to thank Ms. Sodergren for sending me a letter in response. Unfortunately, the main headline was the board does not intend to schedule a public discussion at this time to talk about this dangerous vaccine. So basically, this means you as the board will continue to promote these very harmful vaccines as safe and effective, thereby continuing to deceive the public. This is certainly disappointing, especially as your Business and Professions Code states protection of the public shall be at the board's highest priority. And whenever protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests ought to be promoted, protection of the public shall be paramount. I'm not promoting anything. I'm not taking any money. I'm just continuing to promote these dangerous products. And so I think by you protecting the pharmaceutical industry, you're protecting their profits and legal protection for those responsible. So you're in violation of said Business Professions Code. I'll be at your next meeting to review the 30 VAERS reports that I sent you for children that are being injured at your pharmacies. I think you need to read those. Okay, I sent the links to everybody on to your clerk, and I don't think you've looked at VAERS reports, because if you have, there's no way you would just not think of anything else that you could be doing to protect the public from this mRNA disaster. I'm wearing a heart monitor right now, so this is a gift that never stops giving. You need to figure out what to do. I know Ronald F. Owens Jr. is probably there in the room telling you the same thing, and I'll be at your next meeting in person. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment.
All right, let's circle back to Brittany Patterson Johnson. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone. Brittany, are you with us? All right, we have an audio connection, but we cannot hear you.
All right, David, we're probably gonna have to move forward, but we'll let her speak if she comes back on and her audio is working. So we'll move forward. And any other comments, David?
Those are all of our requests for public comment at the moment.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna go back to in person.
I apologize for commenting late. I just missed the chance. Good morning, board, and thank you, President, to speak. This is Sean Kim from California Pharmacists Association. I just want to let you know that we recognize that missing the resources such as MEC, SPR, and BIS is a big issue for consumer protections. So we have posted on our website and make it available for public. However, we also encourage if the board can consider to host it on our website for the public facings, that will be very helpful. At the same time, we also want to update that there was a DHCS rulemaking regarding AB 1114, which I commented about last meeting in San Diego. This is about back in 2016 when it passed for pharmacy services. which hasn't been really implemented smoothly with MCOs. It allows pharmacists to bill for 6 medical billing services, which we'll also discuss later down the road. Today's meeting about HIV, PrEP, and PrEP for Medi-Cal patients. So through that, we are hoping that this is not only about this is the sustainability issues of pharmacy. We recognize that there are hundreds of pharmacies that closed last year, and this only creates the healthcare desert and not just pharmacy desert. And in order to prevent that, we are advocating for those medical billings because we are the readily available healthcare providers. 90% of Californians living within the 5 miles of pharmacy. And at the same time, we're also engaging with the MHC regarding
10 seconds.
But I'll keep you posted in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments, Sean. Okay, we're ready to move forward. Members, any comments? Trevor? And for the record, to reflect, Jesse is here. Do you want to just announce you're here too, Jesse?
Licensee member present. Thank you.
Go ahead, Trevor.
Yeah, I'd like to, excuse me. Of course.
Oh,
All right, so I got to get the cobwebs out. I just want to follow up on the public commenters who mentioned pharmacy safety and security. I'd be interested in having that conversation about in learning more at the board level about what happens when there is a robbery, how that's coordinated, how it's reported to the Board of Pharmacy, and what, if anything, the board can do as it relates to pharmacy safety. I know in San Francisco, pharmacy chains have stated this is an issue to certain levels of seriousness. And so I think if there is something that we at the board can do to either amplify support legislation to that effect or provide guidance and best practices, I think that'd be a great conversation for the board to have.
Thank you, Trevor. Sounds good.
KK? I would, he beat me to the punch. I would also like to have some conversation about it. And I think public comment came from Paige, I believe, from Long-Term Care World. And we also saw a lot of attempted and successful robberies, if that's the word, in the long-term care world too, which is surprising because those pharmacies are generally not marked as pharmacies. Does not really have a public-facing building, and for the lack of a better term, people are figuring out that there may be a things of use here that they can have a street value. So guidance to the pharmacy is definitely something I would like to have a conversation about. And second, local police departments do have some programs where in certain cities you can tell them that we are storing, for example, morphine products, and they would make sure that every night there is at least one round that goes near that place. So there are local cities like that. And I don't know if as a part of Board of Pharmacy licensure, we release that information to the police that these are the location you may be interested in patrolling at night. So I don't know if we would be open to that kind of a recommendation, but a discussion is welcome.
Yeah, I think that that's definitely something we could figure out to put it on the agenda in some fashion.
I think the suggestion from CPHA to have a conversation, not just about the BIS forms, but I think all of the information available on the CDC website needs to happen as soon as possible. I'm especially concerned for the ACIP guidelines being available, since that's how our pharmacists are allowed to immunize. And if that gets taken down, I'm very concerned with how we're going to be able to administer vaccines to the public. So I think that's something, I don't know if a meeting's necessarily the way to go, or if you can work with Ann to figure some way to make sure that we have that information saved somewhere. But I think that's a really important topic.
Sounds good. Thank you, Jesse. Any other members? Not forgotten you, Renee or Nicole. I see you guys. So, okay. Thank you,
This
guys.
is Renee. I mean, I would say that I would definitely support both of those. I think that's some very critical things to look into. Thank you. And yes, I fixed the video, so I've been
Thank
back on for a
you.
little bit. Thank you.
All right, ready to move on to the next agenda item. Agenda item 6, recognition and celebration of pharmacist license in California for 40 years. The board's recognition of pharmacist license in California for 40 years is posted on our website, and pharmacists are provided with a certificate when they reach this significant milestone. Do we have any pharmacists in the building? We don't have. Do we have anyone in WebEx? Please raise your hand if you are. Oh, Mr. Reed. Reese, and Jerica, both. Oh, but she raised her hand. I'm curious.
Sorry, I thought you meant pharmacists. Pharmacists for 40 years, no. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, I was like, you look way too young. Oh, but you know, you never know. You could have gone to school at like 16. So,
President, no, I have a just random question about this. Do we proactively reach out to pharmacists? So we do. Okay.
yeah.
I was
Oh, yeah.
wondering, like,
Everybody gets a mail with and then I think right, and then they're posted on the website. Yeah.
but do we also do we like proactively send them a certificate, or do they have to? Are they okay?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Oh yeah.
This is so the meeting is just for additional. Okay.
Yes, and I think Mr. Larry is raising his hand. So, okay.
Yes, can you hear
Mr.
me?
Reese,
Yes.
are
Can you?
welcome.
Yes,
Congratulations.
yes. And I'm actually not 40 years, I'm 53 years.
Oh
And,
wow. Great.
Graduated in 1971 from UOP, and my 50 years hit during the COVID time period. And I did receive a certificate for 40 years and then 50 years for some. And anyway, thank you very much for recognizing that some of us are still around and still practicing and hopefully
Great.
providing an influence still. So thank you, board.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. All right. Thank you. And congratulations to everyone who has been a licensed as a pharmacist for over 40 years. The board truly thank you for your contribution to public health. Next agenda item 7, approval of board meeting minutes. Included in the meeting materials are draft minutes from several meetings. We'll start with, I would like to announce that the board will not be considering the draft minutes from the January meeting yet. And then these minutes will be considered at a future meeting. First is November 6th through 7th, 2024 board meeting. Members, I welcome your comments on the draft minutes and also will entertain a motion to approve the November 6th through 7th, 2024 meeting minutes. Members?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Trevor. Do we have second?
This is Nicole. I'll second.
Thank you, Nicole. Motion and second. Public comment in Sacramento? Public comment in WebEx?
We are open for public comment via WebEx. Now is the time to raise your hand on agenda item 7. If you'd like to make a comment, dial-in users need to dial *3 to raise a hand. And our first comment is coming from Pat. Hold on just a second. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone. All right. I see you're unmuted, Pat. Are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me all right?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Oh, perfect. My name is Pat Irving. I'm an RN with 35 years experience, and I want to make a quick comment, respectfully ask for a revision on the Enforcement and Compounding Committee minutes. And what I'm looking at is it's D, which is on page 9. It's the second paragraph. And it reads, the DEA to change allocation quotas. That word should actually be production quotas. And the reason I emphasize this is it's so confusing for people, and it gets very confused in the public. So I'd like that to be changed if that's possible. The second change that I'd like to respectfully request is the sentence below that says that the committee heard a presentation. It says on this issue. In fact, to clarify that, it wasn't about the DEA. The presentation was, and this might be good wording, presentation on how the injunctive relief requirements affect controlled substances. So again, it would read, the presentation was how injunctive relief requirements affect controlled substances. So wonderful presentation. I very much want to thank Dr. Serpa for her work on this. Just a few changes that I think will make it more clear for people trying to understand. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
And that is our only request for comments online.
Thank you, David. Okay, Maria, do you have anything to say on the?
I wanted to thank the member of the public who gave those comments. I'm not quite sure where the first one is, but that probably sounds okay. I'm not quite sure where that was, the first comment. I'm more concerned about the second comment and that it be worded to match the title of the presentation rather than the content of the presentation. I think the presentation needs to match the agendized item.
Okay, Trevor, are you okay with the amendments? Sounds good. And then Nicole, are you okay with the second?
Yes,
Okay, amended motion. We're ready for public comment in Sacramento. Ready for public comment in WebEx, David?
We are open for public comment on the amended motion. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no requests, you wish to continue with the motion?
Yes, please. Thank you. With the motion and second and public comment, ready for vote, Jesse?
Yes.
Thank you, Trevor.
Yes.
Thank you, Renee.
Yes.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yes.
Thank you, KK.
Yes.
Thank you, Jay.
Yes.
Thank you, Satinder.
Yes.
Thank you, Maria.
Yes.
Thank you, Nicole.
yes.
Thank you, and I vote yes. Moving to the next minutes for our review, which are draft minutes from December 4th, 2024 meeting. I welcome your comments. Also, we'll entertain a motion to approve December 4th, 2024 minutes, members.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Trevor. Do we have second?
I can second that.
Thank you, Renee. Any other comment, members? All right, we're ready for public comment in Sacramento. Seeing none, ready for public comment at WebEx, David?
We are open for public comment on 7B and the motion before us. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. As a reminder to our mobile device users, you may need to hit the ellipses button, that's the ... in order to find your hand. We're going to take just a few more seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the motion?
Yes, please. We're ready for vote. Jesse, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you, Trevor.
Yes.
Thank you, Renee.
Yes.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yes.
Thank you, KK.
Yes.
Thank you, Jay.
Yes.
Thank you, Satinder.
Yes.
Thank you, Maria.
Yes.
Thank you, Nicole.
Yes.
Thank you, and I vote yes. And the last for today is December 18th, 2024, Disciplinary Petition Committee meeting minutes. Members, I welcome your comments and also will entertain a motion to approve December 18th, 2024, Disciplinary Petition Committee meeting minutes. Members? Hello.
I'll keep the trend going. I'm
Thanks,
move to
Trevor.
approve.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Trevor. Second, do we have second?
Second.
Thank you, Jay. With the motion and second, ready for public comment in Sacramento? Ready for public comment in WebEx, David?
All right, we're open on 7C as in Charlie and the motion. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment? Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the motion?
Yes, please. Thank you, David. With a motion and second and public comment, we're ready for vote. Jesse?
Yes.
Thank you, Jesse. Trevor?
Yes.
Thank you, Trevor. Renee?
Yes.
Thank you, Renee. Jeff?
Yes.
Thank you, Jeff. KK?
Yes.
Thank you, KK. Jay?
Yes.
Thank you, Jay. Satinder?
Yes.
Thank you, Satinder. Maria?
Yes.
Thank you, Maria. Nicole?
Yes.
Thank you, Nicole, and I vote yes. The motion passes. Next, agenda item 8, report by the California Department of Consumer Affairs. I would like to welcome Miss Judy Bucciarelli, Manager Specialist with Board and Bureau Relations with the Department of Consumer Affairs to provide an update from the department. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, President O and board members. It's great to be with you today. My name is Judy Bucciarelli from the California Department of Consumer Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to meet with you today. I know President O recognized Jason yesterday, and on behalf of the department, we would also like to recognize Jason and his service and dedication on the California State Board of Pharmacy. Okay, to begin today's report, I have some information on the latest governor's executive order. On January 29th of this year, Governor Newsom released Executive Order N-15-25, providing quick recovery relief for local businesses by deferring renewal fees and waiving other fees for DCA licensees in the LA wildfire areas. Specific DCA provisions include DCA licensees whose licenses expire between January 1st and July 1st, 2025 will be granted a 1-year extension to pay their renewal fee if their business or residence address in certain zip codes were impacted by the fires. Licensees will still need to renew their license, but their fees will be postponed for 1 year. In addition, duplicate or replacement licenses or wall certificates will be provided free of charge until January 7th, 2026, and delinquency fees are suspended until July 1st, 2025 for those in the impacted areas. DCA met with board and bureau leadership on January 29th after the executive order was released by the governor and discussed the executive order and its implementation. DCA is providing messaging to the boards and bureaus for dissemination to the impacted licensees, as well as consistent messaging for use on all DCA board and bureau websites. Additionally, we ask the boards and bureaus to share the executive order and fee deferral opportunity with stakeholders. We want to ensure this information is shared with as many as possible. In addition, DCA has a specific disaster help center webpage accessible at www.dca.ca.gov that includes information on the executive order, FAQs, and other important resources that may be helpful as our licensees and survivors navigate the rebuilding process. DCA has a dedicated toll-free number, which I'm going to read to you, 1-800-799-8314, and email calcafires@dca.ca.gov, available for fire survivors needing assistance. Each DCA Board and Bureau website has been updated with information for individuals impacted by the fires. In addition, DCA's Office of Information Services and DCA's IT team have developed landing pages for all online databases, so those going through the renewal process will receive information regarding the fee deferral when they go to renew their license online. DCA has also provided each board and bureau a list of the impacted licensees based on provided zip codes and is encouraging boards and bureaus to reach out to these licensees directly to inform them of the executive order and the relief available. We are grateful to the governor for this opportunity to assist our licensees in their time of unprecedented need. A special thank you to DCA's Board and Bureau leadership for their continued partnership and commitment to help survivors. DCA sincerely appreciates all of its board and bureaus. Please register online. Hold on one moment. Wrong page. Let me read that last sentence again. DCA sincerely appreciates all of its board and bureau commitment efforts. Next, I have information regarding the governor's 2025-26 proposed state budget. Governor Newsom released his proposed 25-26 state budget on January 10th, which included 8 budget change proposals for DCA's boards and bureaus. Additionally, DCA's vacancy reduction and government efficiency plans were approved by the Department of Finance and may be made official in the spring revisions. The governor remains committed to funding resources to address California's housing and homelessness crisis. Included in the governor's proposed budget is the creation of a dedicated California housing and homeless agency. The Department of Consumer Affairs and other regulators currently under Business and Consumer Services and Housing Agency would form a consumer protection agency. This is an extraordinary opportunity for DCA to better align with other consumer protection entities as one consumer protection agency. With the Consumer Protection Agency Secretary within the governor's cabinet, this is an exciting opportunity that will only strengthen our mission, momentum, and delivery of services to California. The governor's reorganization proposal will be reviewed by the nonpartisan Little Hoover Commission and the legislature in the spring. As more information is available, DCA will continue to keep board leadership updated. Next, I have an update for Form 700 filing changes effective January 1st, 2025. The governor signed AB 1170, which requires board members to file their Form 700s electronically with the Fair Political Practice Commission, which I'll refer to as the FPPC, using the FPPC's electronic filing system. Effective January 1st of this year, DCA board members must file Form 700s through the FPPC's online filing system. Filings will no longer be filed via the net file portal that DCA board members have been using for many years. Additionally, paper filings will not be accepted. On January 2nd, 2025, the FPPC emailed all board members with the link to the FPPC portal and with login information. As a reminder, the annual Form 700 filing deadline is Tuesday, April 1st of this year. Please contact Board and Bureau Relations with questions regarding the new requirements, and that email address is memberrelations@dca.ca.gov. Next, I have information on this year's President's Training. DCA invites presidents and vice presidents to attend our annual President's Training on February 19th from 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. This virtual training is for board members who are new to the role of president or vice president and those who have served in the role for a year or more. The training will review the role of a board president, communication best practices with the executive officer and board members, as well as the president's administrative duties. It also includes a panel of prior board members who will share their knowledge and expertise and answer questions from attendees. Learning from each other is a large part of this training, and we look forward to seeing all presidents and vice presidents. Please register online using DCA's learning management system. Next, I have an announcement about the Board and Bureau Relations team. This update is regarding our team. Yvonne Durantes served as the Assistant Deputy Director of Board and Bureau Relations since October of 2022. On December 6th, the governor appointed Yvonne as the Assistant Deputy Director of Legislative and Government Affairs of the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services. Yvonne's last day at DCA was December 31st. We appreciate Yvonne's dedication to Board and Bureau relations and wish her well in her new role. To close, I have a message from the director. Director Kirchmeier would like to thank the board and staff for their hard work and partnership last year and is excited about 2025 and the many opportunities that await us. She also expresses her thanks for your dedicated service that protects California consumers every day. This concludes my report today, and I appreciate your time this morning. And at this time, I'll turn the floor back to President O and be happy to take any questions from the board.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you. Any member comments or questions for Judy? Seeing none, we'll now open up for public comments. Any public comment in Sacramento? Seeing now, we're ready for public comment in WebEx.
We are open for public comment on agenda item 8. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. And our first request comes from John Gray. You may need to dial *6 when prompted.
Hi, good morning. This is John Gray, registered pharmacist with Kaiser Permanente. Just on the issue of the wildfires, I wanted to take a minute to thank Executive Officer Sodergren. We had one of our pharmacies near one of the wildfire areas, and she proactively reached out to us just to check if we needed any assistance from the board. So again, just wanted to say thank you for that, Executive Officer Sodergren.
Thank you.
And that was our only request for public comment.
Thank you for the comments, and thank you, Judy. I really appreciate you, and thanks for all you guys do.
Thank you for the time today.
All righty, we're ready to move on to the next agenda item 9, presentation by the Office of the Attorney General on the disciplinary process. This morning we'll receive a presentation from Christina Jarvis and Nicole Trauma, Deputy Attorney General that serve as liaisons to the board. Christina and Nicole, thank you for all your efforts to protect California consumers and for coming today. The floor is yours. Although I wish we could have more screens up.
Christina, this is the moderator. Up in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, you should say sharing February 6th, and there should be a little drop-down caret, and then you're going to scroll down to 9 DOJ. There might be 2 9s with it.
There we go.
This room needs more screens and.
Got it. Okay, and then I can skim through this way. Excellent. Okay, thank you, President O. I think we are ready to get started.
Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Nicole Trauma, Deputy Attorney General. I'm the liaison to the Board of Pharmacy for Southern California. And I've been with the Attorney General's office for almost 15 years, and I work in the San Diego office.
I'm Deputy Attorney General Christina Jarvis from the Sacramento office. I've been with DOJ for about, got to do some math in my head, about 12 years now. And I've been with the Board of Pharmacy for almost 6 years now as the Northern California liaison.
So first, we want to talk to you about our mission statement. Government Code Section 11040 is the code section that states that the Attorney General's office represents state agencies and employees in judicial and other proceedings. Now, this is the Attorney General office mission statement, and I want to emphasize that in all of our cases, our job is to represent the boards or bureaus of the Department of Consumer Affairs to the best of our ability, and also to do so in the right way. We're the good guys, and anytime we need to make a judgment call, we want to make sure we make the decision that upholds these principles here. Similarly, here is the licensing section's mission. There are very good reasons to enforce licensing laws, and they're summarized here, but I always emphasize that while our primary goal is to protect the public, by doing so, we also protect good practitioners by protecting the integrity of the chosen professions.
So this flow chart will give you an idea of the overall flow for a disciplinary action. Now, this is only from when the Attorney General's office receives the case, so this does not discuss the prior investigation. But from when the Attorney General's office receives the case, then we prepare the pleading, send the pleading to board staff for review and filing, and then serve the pleading on respondent so that they have notice of the action. From there, we then wait for the respondent to file a notice of defense, and if they don't do so, we would take their default. If they do file a notice of defense, then we'll move on to discovery and settlement negotiations.
And then next is phase 2, the trial preparation, which includes reviewing evidence, preparing exhibits, speaking with witnesses, and still exploring settlement options. Then comes phase 3, which is the trial, after which a proposed decision is issued by an administrative law judge or an ALJ. And then the ALJ's decision is sent to the board to review and adopt, modify, or reject.
So for purposes of this presentation, we're going to focus on accusations, simply because accusations make up the majority of cases that the Attorney General's office handles for the Board of Pharmacy. There are other types of cases such as statement of issues or petition hearings, which come here before the board. But since accusations are the majority, we're going to focus there. When an investigation referral for prosecution arrives at the Deputy Attorney General's desk, the Deputy Attorney General will review all of the evidence. That includes the investigation report and all of the attachments. And then they make sure that they believe that they can prove the violations of pharmacy laws or regulations as set forth in the investigation report. If there is sufficient evidence to prove violations of pharmacy law pursuant to the Deputy Attorney General's opinion, then they will draft the accusation. If the Deputy Attorney General does not believe that there is sufficient evidence, then they do have the ability to send the case back to board staff for further investigation, or even to reject the case altogether. Once that accusation is filed, it's a public document. It's online, and it's on the respondent's record on Breeze. And because of that, we want to make sure that it is as accurate as possible and it is true to the evidence that is in that case and that we believe that we can prove at the hearing. The accusation also sets forth the jurisdictional information, showing that the board has authority over the license. It also shows the license history to show which license is held by respondent, because there could be premises licenses, pharmacist license, technician license, etc. And then for how long that respondent has held that license, and then any prior discipline. And then the relevant statutes and regulations for that particular case. Now, pharmacy statutes are found starting at Business and Professions Code Section 4000, and regulations are found at the California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Section 1700. There are also additional laws and regulations applicable to the practice of pharmacy, including the Health and Safety Code, federal codes and regulations, and sometimes there may be other code sections that are relevant, such as for premises, even the building code. After we set forth all of the statutes and regulations that we'll be addressing in that case, we'll get to what we call the charging paragraphs. These are headed as the causes for discipline. Now, sometimes you'll see a section for general background facts first. Background facts should be fundamental to understanding those causes for discipline. And sometimes you just need a little explanation before you jump right into applying the facts to the law. The charging paragraphs, however, are our focus as to explaining how the facts of this specific case show the violations of the laws or regulations that we've cited above. And in each charging paragraph, we'll put the specific law or regulation with its relevant facts. Once drafted, the accusation is sent to board staff. Board staff will review it. Usually the investigator will review it. The executive officer will review it. And if everybody is in agreement, then that accusation is signed by the executive officer. It is then served on respondent. Service is by regular mail, so US mail, and then also by certified mail. We do this both ways because sometimes certified mail can be hard for people to pick up, but at least if we have a certification, we know the mail got there. And if it's by US mail, then we have a better chance of it actually getting into the hands of the respondent. The Administrative Procedures Act requires service to be on respondent's address of record with the board. The licensee is required by the California Code of Regulations, Section 1704, to keep their address current and to update any changes in their address within 30 days of that change. Accusations, or frankly, any other mail from the board, is a very important reason to keep that address up to date. So what's the point of all this? Due process. That's the biggest words on this slide because it's the most important. We explain as clearly as possible for a non-attorney exactly why we have jurisdiction over the license, what statutes or regulations that we believe have been violated, and how the facts that we believe we can prove at hearing violated those statutes. This accusation creates a framework for the case for the administrative law judge, for the respondent, for anybody looking at the case. And most importantly, it puts the respondent on notice of the charges against their license so that they can adequately respond to the accusation.
Next, the respondent must file a notice of defense. Now, this is a short form that we actually provide to them when we serve the accusation. And it says that they've got that they received the accusation and that they want a hearing, a settlement, or to surrender their license. It also gives them space to provide their preferred contact information, as well as their attorney's information if they have an attorney. This also serves as the licensee's request for a hearing. And without the notice of defense, we can proceed to a default decision in order pursuant to the government code. Once the board issues a default decision, the licensee is served with a copy of that default decision. If the licensee failed to file a notice of defense by mistake, inadvertence, or excusable neglect, then they can petition to the board to vacate that default decision. But there are strict deadlines to file this. It must be done within 7 days of the service of default. And once the effective date of the decision has passed, the board loses jurisdiction to act further in the case.
So once the notice of defense is received, the Deputy Attorney General will set the matter for hearing by filing a request to set form with the Office of Administrative Hearings. Now, in order to file that request to set form, the Deputy Attorney General and opposing counsel, or the respondent, if respondent has no counsel, must meet and confer to choose the hearing dates. Now, meet and confer is a legal term, but generally it means a phone call or an email. If for any reason we cannot meet and confer, and we will have times where we just can't get a hold of the other side of either the attorney or the respondent, then we, the Deputy Attorney General, has to file an explanation with the Office of Administrative Hearings as to why we couldn't do so. When we file this request to set, we also have to take everyone's schedule into account. That includes the court itself, the Deputy Attorney General, the respondent, opposing counsel's availability, as well as the availability of all of the witnesses. So this can, as you can imagine, cause some significant delays. Generally, we will select the very first date that all of those people are available for the hearing date. But in addition, the length of the hearing also has to be essentially guesstimated by the parties. You get some experience, you have an idea of how long certain hearings are going to take, but it's still really a guess because you don't know how the hearing will proceed once you actually, are in the hearing with your boots on the ground. If the hearing is set for 4 days or more, the parties are required to have a settlement conference and a pre-hearing conference. Now, these conferences can be a great way to settle a case. The pre-hearing conference is where the parties will talk with the administrative law judge or the ALJ about the actual schedule for the hearing, the exhibits, pretrial motions, or anything else that needs to be determined before the first day of hearing. Now, this is the judge that's going to hear your hearing, so you don't talk about any of the facts of the case at this point. You just talk about the time that it's going to take and what you're going to do ahead of time. But then at the settlement conference, A different administrative law judge who has experience with the types of cases that you're in there for will actually review your documents and will tell both of the parties what this administrative law judge thinks of the case. And they'll tell the parties what they think a good settlement would be. They will encourage both parties to settle at that point.
Government Code Section 11507.6 provides the exclusive right and method of discovery in administrative proceedings. So typically, the Deputy Attorney General will send the investigative file to the respondent or their counsel if they have one. And this is usually before setting the matter for hearing, since it's difficult for the parties to really analyze the venue and how long it's going to take to try the case. Both sides really need to have an opportunity to review the evidence to determine how long a hearing is going to be. The parties are entitled to obtain information upon written request made to the other party prior to the hearing. Once discovery has been served, typically the respondent will provide mitigation, and then the agency will decide whether or not to extend a settlement offer upon review of that mitigation. In most cases, a settlement will be offered, even if that settlement is simply an offer to surrender the license rather than proceed with a hearing. The parties can then negotiate the terms of the settlement. Now, there are a lot of good reasons to settle a case. I've listed 3 here. The first is risk avoidance. You never know what a judge is going to decide. So in that respect, when you go to a hearing, there's no control over the outcome of the proceedings. Whereas with a settlement, you know exactly what you're getting. The second reason is that it does save time and therefore expense, both in paying attorney fees and also waiting for months for a hearing, followed by the waiting for the proposed decision, and then waiting for the board to adopt or non-adopt that decision. So instead, with a settlement, the parties know what they've agreed to in a written stipulation, and it skips the whole hearing and proposed decision process, with the stipulation going straight to the board members to review to determine if they want to adopt that stipulation. Third and last, stipulations are good. Settlements can contain any terms of agreement that are not contrary to public policy or law. So the parties can really get creative with their terms and tailor them to the specific violations that are at issue in the case. The parties can also negotiate on specific terms and conditions of the settlement. So for those reasons, settlement is great.
Disciplinary guidelines are developed and enacted by the board pursuant to the Code of Regulations, Section 1760. They are completely vital to every case from start to finish. Disciplinary guidelines give direction to board staff. To myself, as the Deputy Attorney General, I personally keep them handy on my desktop at all times for quick references. They're also useful to respondents or to opposing counsel to see what they can expect from any given case. And maybe most importantly, administrative law judges and even Superior Court judges in the event of a writ appeal may review and rely upon the disciplinary guidelines for direction.
So what is in the disciplinary guidelines? The disciplinary guidelines set forth the factors to be considered in determining whether the penalty should be minimum, maximum, or intermediate, consistent with the board's primary purpose, which is to protect the public. There are 18 factors to consider. A few of those factors that are almost always relevant are actual or potential harm to the public or consumer, if the violations provided a financial benefit to the licensee's prior record with the board, the nature or severity of the acts that are at issue in the case, and evidence of aggravation, mitigation, or rehabilitation. There are also a list of the types of evidence that the board wants to see in considering whether settlement is appropriate, which includes things like letters of recommendation, performance evaluations, and if substance abuse is an issue in the case, evidence that the respondent is undergoing treatment. This gives the respondent some directions as to what kind of mitigation evidence to provide to the board for settlement purposes. And perhaps most importantly, in the disciplinary guidelines, the board has identified 4 categories of violations, categories 1 through 4, with 1 being the lowest of the types of violations and 4 being the highest. Each category outlines examples of violations, but each case has to be considered on its own merits. Additionally, each category and the recommended discipline for each category contemplates only 1 violation. But where there are multiple violations, that might actually raise the entire case to the next category of discipline. The maximum discipline for every category is revocation. In every case where there are violations of pharmacy laws or regulations, revocation is always a possibility. The disciplinary guidelines also contain the sample language to be included in decisions and orders. And this is helpful for the ALJs so that they can be consistent with the decisions, and it helps also the Deputy Attorney Generals when crafting the stipulations.
So what's in these categories? Category 1 has a minimum penalty of revocation stayed with 2 years of probation. Now, I will tell you, in my experience, cases are rarely appropriate for a 2-year probation period. It's simply not long enough when you're reviewing the actions of the respondent quarterly after they're placed on probation. But additionally, generally, there's always going to be more than 1 simple violation of pharmacy law, which, as Nicole just said, will then raise the category up to the next level. Additionally, under Business and Professions Code Section 4309, a respondent who is placed on probation for 2 years is allowed to petition the board for early termination of probation after serving only 12 months of that probation. If it's a 3-year or more probation term, the respondent cannot petition the board for modification until they've served 24 months of successful probation. When you're looking at a 2 or 3 year probation term, that becomes very important. Some examples from category 1 are violations of record keeping, the scope of practice, or inventory control requirements, failing to adequately supervise your staff, or failing to ensure the security and sanitation of the premises.
Now, category 2, under category 2, the minimum penalty is revocation stayed, 3 years probation, or 5 years if the violations involved self-administration or diversion of controlled substances, dangerous drugs, or alcohol. And you can see the rationale for this as set forth on this slide. And I'll add that my understanding of the reasons for the 3 to 5 year difference is that studies have shown that if an addict can remain sober for 5 years, their chances of remaining sober for life greatly increases. Some examples from category 2 are failing to report to cures or regulatory agencies, violations of quality assurance or self-assessment obligations, and failures to clarify erroneous or uncertain prescriptions.
Now, with category 3, the minimum penalty is revocation stayed with 90 days of suspension as well, and then 3 to 5 years probation. Now, these violations, you're going to see a greater potential for harm, more imminent harm, or more serious harm than category 2. Or again, these could be repeated violations of the category 2 violations. Some examples of category 3 are failing to exercise corresponding responsibility, the violation of laws governing controlled substances, including repeat or serious diversion, or self-administration, or dealing with adulterated, misbranded, or expired drugs. And I will tell you many, many more. This is an excellent category to go to the disciplinary guidelines and read through, because it is probably the largest category of violations that you can find. Category 2 is a close second, but category 3 is probably going to be the vast majority of the violations.
Now, the only penalty appropriate for category 4 violation is revocation. These are the most serious violations of pharmacy law. Some examples include possessing controlled substances for sale, transportation or importation, or use of a minor in an unlawful sale. Criminal convictions that would involve the same types of violations. Or remember, if we have repeated or serious violations that fit into one of those other three categories, then you can also get bumped up to the category for discipline.
The disciplinary guidelines also set forth model language for settlements and proposed decisions when they're written by the administrative law judges. This is because the consistency in probation terms is important, even while each case does need to be decided on its own merits. So as an example, you could have two identical DUI cases, and I'm talking identical. Let's say they both get caught in a DUI checkpoint. Each has exactly a 0.08% blood alcohol content. If there's also no prior discipline, these two individuals who did exactly the same conduct should be treated the same. They should have the same ultimate probation terms and discipline. However, consider a DUI, again, who runs a red light and crashes into another car, causing serious injury or death, and has a 0.3% blood alcohol content. That person should probably be treated differently than the two people in the previous example. That person should be required to get help with what appears to be a serious alcohol problem. Now, in each of these scenarios, the licensee in the criminal court is simply likely to be convicted of a DUI. But the purpose is to show how different the exact same conviction can be, thus giving a reason to have different language in your settlements. So there are 16 standard terms that should be ordered in all cases. This is your standard terms such as obeying all laws, quarterly reports to the board, cooperating with board staff, attending meetings. But then there are 26 optional terms of probation that should be ordered in the appropriate cases. Now, some of these terms may work together, such as the term to abstain from drugs and alcohol and the term to have biological fluid testing. So if the board is going to order a respondent to abstain from drugs and alcohol, but does not order the biological fluid testing, then how can the abstention be monitored or enforced? Similarly, you can switch that. If the board orders biological fluid testing, but does not order abstention, then we're just getting the drug tests with potentially positive results, and that's still not a violation of probation. So they have to work together. Other terms may be designed to educate. You'll have your remedial education term, an ethics course term, potentially supervised practice. However, all of these terms have only one primary purpose, and that's to protect the public. And again, in a settlement, the board can ensure that the appropriate optional terms are included in that probation order. But with a proposed decision, while the Deputy Attorney General can and does always make that request of the administrative law judge, there is no guarantee that those appropriate optional terms will be ordered. And then again, if you want to go outside of these optional terms and be creative, you must settle. Creativity always requires settlement.
Now, I want to emphasize that all of the process that we've outlined here today have two guiding principles that must always be held in balance. And that is due process to the respondent and protection of the public. And as the board is aware, protection of the public is the highest priority for the board. Where other interests conflict with protection of the protection of the public must be paramount. The licensee receives their license from the state, and the state has the right and responsibility to ensure that their licensees are competent and trustworthy. The licensee does have a property interest in their license, and they cannot be deprived of that interest by the state without due process of law. Due process requires that the licensee have reasonable notice of the charges. So as we described below or before, the accusation provides that information. And then it also requires that the licensee gets notice of the time and place of the hearing, and that they get a fair hearing on the charges. And that all has to happen before the license is actually impacted or affected.
So here's that flow chart again. Now, everything that we've talked about to this point fits in this upper third, the light blue portion, and then that middle dark blue portion, phases 1 and 2.
And next, we'll talk about the trial or the hearing process.
So the hearing must be held in accordance with the Administrative Procedures Act. A hearing is a public proceeding. That means that anyone can watch the hearing, and any document submitted to the court is public, unless the Deputy Attorney General or the respondent or their counsel asks, and then the court orders that the document be sealed. As for the sequence of the hearing, the Deputy Attorney General will usually go first because the burden of proof in an accusation is on us, representing the complainant, to prove that what is alleged in the accusation is true and accurate. The Deputy Attorney General may provide an opening statement, which is generally a roadmap to the evidence and the argument that will come after it. The respondent may choose to give an opening statement right after the Deputy Attorney General, or the respondent can reserve their opening statement to the start of their case in chief. So right before they're going to present their evidence, they can give that roadmap, or frankly, they can waive it altogether. And the Deputy Attorney General also has that right and will do so in certain appropriate cases. Next, the Deputy Attorney General will call witnesses to testify under oath, and they will present documents to the court. Now, remember I was talking about how all documents are public. In pharmacy cases, some of the documents that we submit are patient records, and patient confidentiality must be preserved. This is part of the board's mandate to protect the public, and it's simply the right thing to do. So this is where you may see documents submitted under seal. You may see documents with a lot of redactions, but that is simply required by our mandate to protect patient confidentiality. Now, once the Deputy Attorney General rests their case in chief, the respondent, or again, their attorney, if they have one, will present their defense. They will also call witnesses to testify under oath, and they also will present documents to the court. Additionally, they may call an expert witness who they've hired simply to counter what the board's inspector testified to. So now once both parties have completed their case, there is closing argument. And closing argument can be either orally or via written beliefs submitted later, after the hearing. So then within 30 days after the close of evidence, and if written briefs are submitted, it's 30 days after the briefs are submitted. If they're not, it's 30 days after the hearing date. The administrative law judge renders a proposed decision that then goes to the board for consideration. Now, of course, keep in mind, we cannot force the respondent to attend a hearing. They may choose not to appear, but that is their choice, and respondents do make that choice. And that may seem kind of counterintuitive when you're looking at this. This is somebody who has gone through a whole process to get there, right? They filed a notice of defense. They've talked to the Deputy Attorney General, but there have been cases where the respondent just decides when they get down to it that they don't want to have to confront the witnesses against them. They don't want to have to testify. They don't want to be cross-examined. They wanted their process, but they don't want to show up in court that day. And that is their right. So if the respondent chooses not to appear, then we'll do another default decision, just as if they had not filed a notice of defense as discussed earlier. The default decision will usually be in writing and will look nearly identical to the default that is filed after no notice of defense is filed.
So now we're going to talk about the burden of proof. Clear and convincing evidence means the proof is clear, explicit, and unequivocal. So clear as to leave no substantial doubt and sufficiently strong to command the unhesitating assent of every reasonable mind, meaning there's a high probability that it occurred. The applicable standard of proof depends upon the nature of the license that is at issue. It has been established by case law that accusations against professional licenses, such as a pharmacist license, requires clear and convincing evidence. Now, this comes from the Ettinger case, which we've put on the slide here for you. Pharmacist interns are also going to be a clear and convincing evidence standard because it is considered a professional license. A professional license is one where the licensee has fulfilled extensive education, training, and testing requirements. Essentially, have they invested a lot of time and effort to get this license? And the burden of proof is on the complainant for accusations. Now, the burden of proof will switch to the licensee on petition cases, such as petitions for early termination of probation and petitions for reinstatement. But on accusation cases, it is on the complainant to prove the burden of proof.
Now, the other type of burden of proof that we see in licensing cases is the preponderance of the evidence standard. Now, a preponderance of evidence calls for a lesser degree of the probability that something occurred. So preponderance is essentially, it's more likely than not. Now, occupational or non-professional licenses are held to a preponderance standard. A non-professional or occupational license is one where the requirements necessary to obtain the license are minimal, and the holder's investment in training, education, or other professional qualifications required to obtain that license are rather small. All premises licenses are a preponderance standard. As for the pharmacy technician licenses, recent decisions have held that this is an occupational license, and therefore it is a preponderance of the evidence standard. Now, pharmacy technicians are required to get training and education prior to obtaining their license, but as a pharmacy technician, they are not allowed to exercise professional judgment in performing their tasks as licensees. Now, the Deputy Attorney General will always seek to prove their case to the fullest extent possible. So you may be familiar with the criminal standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. Frankly, that's the standard that we strive for. We want to prove our case so that there is no doubt at all times.
Now, after the hearing, the administrative law judge will write a proposed decision, and that is sent to the board. It is due within 30 days after the submission of the case, and the board then gets to review the decision and can either adopt it, modify, or reject it. This provides even more due process to the respondent, as the board may decide that even though the statutes or the disciplinary guidelines call for a certain discipline, that there are other relevant mitigating factors that reduce the discipline, or that there are other relevant aggravating factors that may increase the discipline. And this is important for the board because while the judges certainly do an excellent job, they're not pharmacists, and they've most likely never worked in a pharmacy, and they can sometimes not know who to believe when you have an expert on each side telling the judge opposite things about acceptable pharmaceutical practices. So the strength of the board is the myriad of experiences that each of you have gained through your profession, as well as your experiences reviewing many of the other decisions of the board. Now, the administrative law judge, they might hear a pharmacy case on a Monday, but then an automotive repair case on a Tuesday, and a chiropractic case on a Wednesday. But the Board of Pharmacy, they only review the pharmacy cases. And so they can really ensure consistency in their decisions. Additionally, it's important for each member of the board to thoroughly review every proposed decision, because sometimes those decisions can be used in future proceedings. And this can be true even when a decision is not precedential. Every proposed decision should be considered with the idea in mind that this decision may be used by either side in the next similar case, and is this a decision that you want to see replicated? And this is very important when reviewing the burden of proof, as we discussed earlier, but also if there are broader general findings, statements, or assumptions made in the text of the decision. Now, if after hearing and the board's decision and order is issued, the respondent does not agree with that decision, they can request a reconsideration before the board. And they also can file a writ in the Superior Court to challenge the board's decision. And that affords the respondent even additional due process. Now, this is generally the conclusion of the disciplinary case process on our end.
So we have now completely gone through all three phases of the flow chart that we showed twice earlier. From phase 1, when the Attorney General's office receives the case, through trial preparation in phase 2, to the trial and the outcomes that may occur after trial in phase 3. And this includes the proposed decision being considered by the board and the board's role in rendering the final decision. We thank you for allowing us this time and your attention to the presentation about the Attorney General's role in the disciplinary process.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Nicole. I really appreciate your time today. I believe it serves as an important reminder about the due process built into the process. Members, do we have any questions or comments for Christina and Nicole? Trevor?
Yes, thank you so much. I really enjoy working with both of you on this, not on this presentation, but on this over the course of my service on the board. One of the things I did not expect to enjoy or appreciate so much was the disciplinary end of things. I don't enjoy discipline, but I do enjoy especially the conversations when folks are filing for probation relief and they are able to show the recovery they went through. That's one of my favorite parts is hearing those stories of recovery as someone who's also in recovery. One thing I wanted to touch on is where reproval fits into all of this, because we see over the course of some decisions, some settlements even, that the settlement involves even less than what is listed here in this presentation of the minimum discipline. Instead, we go even lower than that minimum discipline and do reproval. Could you discuss how a reproval fits into this and how either you through settlements or an ALJ decides to go even lower than the minimum disciplinary that you've listed in the 1 through 4 and opt for a reproval instead?
Generally, that's going to depend on the mitigation that's able to be presented. If there can be a lot of mitigation from the respondent, from the person who's sort of in the hot seat as to, why they did what they did, if they had, good intentions and it had a bad outcome, if they have a lot of recommendation letters, it's hard to really talk about why that decision is made without going into details about specific cases. But a reproval has several benefits to both sides. One is that if a probation is not considered to necessarily be appropriate, then a reproval is still a disciplinary action. It's still on the respondent's record. And if anything similar happens in the future, it can be used as an aggravating factor. It also puts the respondent on notice going through this process that if something similar happens in the future, they're probably not going to be so lucky as to get a reproval. But it also, in certain cases, probation is just simply not the appropriate outcome. Probation can be a lengthy, expensive, time-consuming process, not only for respondents, but also for board staff's probation unit. So when we weigh sort of the equities involved, sometimes the more appropriate decision is to reprove somebody and to discipline the license without going so far as placing them on probation or then, of course, revoking. Nicole?
Yeah, to piggyback off of that, the public reproval is the lowest form of discipline and normally is reserved for pretty minor violations of pharmacy law in cases where it wouldn't be appropriate or needed to have the board's probation monitoring program in place. The other things that could affect it besides the mitigation could be evidentiary issues and also just the age of the case and other information that goes into the settlement consideration. And also when we're meeting with an administrative law judge and we hear from the administrative law judge based on their experience, what their recommendation may be for a case. And if they do say, hey, I think that this would be appropriate for a public approval, this person doesn't appear to need ongoing monitoring by the board's probationary program, then that's something that we're also going to take into consideration when making that offer.
Just one follow-up, just technically, because it's in all the 1 through 4, it says the minimum requirements is like this much probation, et cetera. So does if something is even classified as a 1 and there's that minimum requirement, how is it allowed to do reproval if that doesn't meet the minimum requirements? I'm not saying I want, this is purely for my logistical knowledge, not that I'm like, I want harsher sentence settlements. I'm just wondering how approval fits into the 1 through 4 process that is laid out when it says there's a minimum requirement for consequences.
So the disciplinary guidelines are guidelines. It's not necessarily something that the board members are required to do. So they can deviate from the guidelines when the circumstances are appropriate. So even though, for example, category 1 has the minimum discipline with the probation, if there are certain reasons why the board members can deviate from those guidelines, depending upon the mitigation, the age of the case, whether there's evidentiary issues, all of those things, the board members are able to deviate and go below the minimum if necessary in the case.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor. Any other member comments? You're ready for, thank you guys. Thank you so much for your time. And we're ready for public comment. And do we have any public comment in Sacramento? Just a reminder, I like the public, like everyone to remind everyone present that the public comment is not a question and answer session. Rather, it's an opportunity to provide comments on the presentation. Christina and Nicole, you're under no obligation to answer any questions. We'll begin with public comments from Sacramento. Don't have anyone. We're ready for public comment in WebEx.
We are open for public comment on the presentation. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes, please. Thank you, David. Thank you, guys. Thanks for coming and giving us presentation. I really appreciate it. And it's 10:31, so we're ready to take about 15-minute break, so 14-minute probably, because I'm weird and I like odd minutes, like 10:45. So we'll come back at 10:45 a.m., everyone. Enjoy a little break, and we're planning to take lunch at 12.
Thank you all.
All right, you're all set.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Tommy Trevino.
All right. When the time comes,
hello.
I'm going to unmute you again.
Unfortunately, it is time to come back. Unfortunately or fortunately, time to come back. It's 10:45. Right. Jesse, are you back?
I'm here.
Trevor?
Yep, present.
Thank you. Renee? Hello, hello.
Hello.
We'll come back to you, Renee.
I'm here and no,
Oh, there.
I'm here. Can you hear me and see me?
There you are. Thanks, Renee. Jeff?
Here.
Thank you, KK.
Yes.
Thank you, KK. Jay?
Here.
Thank you, Jay. Satinder?
Here.
Thank you, Satinder. Maria?
Here.
Thank you, Maria. Nicole?
Here.
Thank you, Nicole. And I'm here. All right, moving on to the next agenda item 10, presentation addressing the crisis, improving addiction medicine access at pharmacies. Presenters include Hector DeLeon, Dr. Brian Hurley, Dr. Gilmore Chung, Dr. Amy Moline, or Moline, or Moline, please don't yell at me, and Casey Ulrich. This morning we'll receive presentation on improving access to addiction medicine at pharmacies. I'd like to welcome all the presenters to our meeting today. I'll turn the floor over to you all for your presentation. Thanks for coming.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity. We're going to start with Hector from Senator Reyes's office, who should be on the line.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
I just wanted to take a moment to represent Senator Eloise Gomez Reyes, who represents Senate District 29 in the state of California in San Bernardino County. We're incredibly proud of this partnership to have passed Assembly Bill 1842 last year in the Assembly, which removes barriers for the utilization for medication approved by the FDA and improves access for addiction treatment. So I just wanted to take a moment to represent the senator on her behalf and thank all the colleagues present for the partnership.
Thank you. Thank you to the senator for her interest in expanding access to addiction treatment. So really appreciate that support. I think next is Tommy Trevino, who is my colleague at UC Davis. He is a substance use navigator. He works directly with patients who are transitioning from active use into treatment. Really an amazing human being. And so I'm happy that he can join us also on the line.
Hello, thank you, Dr. Mullen. Yeah, my name is Tommy Trevino. I work for UC Davis Medical Center. I'm a substance abuse navigator. I help people. I'm also a recovering addict, and I know how it is to be shameful, and it's embarrassing, and it's difficult. It's difficult just to even go in a grocery store, let alone go in a pharmacy to get your medication for buprenorphine, and you're being, well, it feels like you're being looked at and judged, and it might be the way your appearance is for being homeless, or maybe you're withdrawing a little bit and you got this attitude. And I'll share a story real quick. I went with a patient one time. She was struggling. They wouldn't give her medication, and she struggled with some mental health issues. And then when I walked in with her, they weren't going to give her medication, just weren't going to do it. And I asked why. He goes, well, her attitude. I go, she's not well. She struggles with mental health. And they threatened to call the police on us, and I told them to go ahead. So I advocated for her. They never called the police on us, but she didn't get her medication. So that's a big barrier for us. And then we had to go back to the hospital. I had to find some funding and then get the medication. So it creates some barriers. In the meantime, she's starting to withdraw really bad. And luckily we got some medication, and that's a big barrier because patients go there and get their medication. If they don't get it, they're going to start withdrawing. They're going to go use, and then the cycle starts over again. So, and I have my coworker here, Jovan Beck, would like to share a little bit. He also works at UC Davis Medical Center.
Hey, how you guys doing? Appreciate the time. Definitely agree with Tommy. You've had situations where you've had patients come in and they need medication, and we'll send the medication to the pharmacy. And they'll get to the pharmacy, and sometimes they're not able to get the medication because they say they don't want to help them because of the way they look or their attitude. And they'll give us a call back. So we'll have them come back to the emergency department. And then we have funding where we'll go through case management, get their medication paid for, and get them connected to a clinic. But just trying to get the medications from the other pharmacies sometimes can be real difficult. So that's kind of the challenge we have. But luckily at UC Davis, we are able to we try to make sure every time they leave the hospital, we have medication paid for no matter what. But sometimes the doctors or some other folks, they want their medication to a different pharmacy, and it doesn't go as smoothly as we want it to.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you both. What you're hearing, so I should back up. I'm an emergency physician, also addiction medicine physician, and principal investigator for California Bridge. And what we are doing in California Bridge to address the overdose crisis is to focus on expanding access to medication treatment. I mean, as we all know, buprenorphine, methadone, we have highly effective medications to treat opioid use disorder and prevent overdose. Our goal is to expand access, and we have done that through our emergency departments in California to the point where most emergency departments in California are working to identify people with opioid use disorder and start buprenorphine in the ED and give them a prescription, and our navigators are linking them to outpatient treatment. To this point, we are a really important source of patients entering treatment. We're hoping to be an even greater funnel to address the overdose crisis and get folks into care and get folks into treatment. And one of the barriers, as you heard from my colleagues, is access to the actual medication in the pharmacy, getting that first prescription filled. We sent out a survey to our navigators across the state, got 100 responses from navigators like Tommy Trevino and Jovan Beck, and 34% of them identified pharmacy barriers as one of the primary barriers that patients were facing. And many of them said they were significant barriers. So this is not an isolated problem. This is something that we are seeing statewide. I'm going to turn it over again to my colleague in Los Angeles, Brian Hurley, who I believe is also on the line.
Hey, it's Brian Hurley. Can you hear me okay? Oh, well, I'm just going to go ahead and talk until you tell me you can't hear me. So I'm Brian. I'm an addiction psychiatrist. I live and work in Los Angeles, but I also have the privilege of being the president of the American Society of Addiction Medicine. ASAM is a national specialty society representing the nation's addiction physicians and clinicians. We actually had the occasion in 2024 acknowledging many of the access issues that face patients when an addiction physician or other prescribing clinician treats addiction with medications and then runs into issues with the pharmacy having medications such as sublingual buprenorphine in stock, or issues where when there was a dose change, or if the patient is coming off of a full agonist opioid and onto buprenorphine, the pharmacist saying, well, I have a corresponding responsibility to ensure that this is a valid prescription and I won't fill it because you're on two opioids at the same time. And so we see key opportunities to recognize and actually regulate buprenorphine differently than we do from other opioids. And this is outlined in the public policy statement that ASAM put together related to addiction medications in 2024. There isn't a chat here, which is okay, but I'll go ahead and circulate that over email. But I just wanted to highlight there are key federal regulatory opportunities, but locally here in the state of California, we see key opportunities to educate our pharmacy colleagues about the role of buprenorphine in treating opioid use disorder, conceptualizing that treatment differently than we do other Schedule 2 or 3 opioid medications, and extending flexibility to patients who oftentimes need titrations, sometimes need early refills due to stocking issues, but ensuring that we have the tools to help mitigate and address the overdose crisis, the worst overdose crisis in California history, by ensuring patients access to these life-saving medications. I know we're running short on time, so I'm just going to go ahead and say thank you again for your time and attention. Really glad to be here, and I'll turn it back to you.
Yeah, so you might be thinking, what can we do from the California Board of Pharmacy? And what I want to reiterate is you are the leaders, and I've spoken with many pharmacies, and they are following guidance from the California Board of Pharmacy. And I pulled and passed around for you from the website the 2014 guidance on opioid prescribing that specifically lists out some red flags. And I think as we've evolved, particularly in the opioid crisis, to fentanyl and the push for prescribing, if you reread these and think about my patient population from the emergency department with a prescription for buprenorphine written by an emergency physician, so likely not a specialty physician, for buprenorphine, you can see where some of these problems are. Some of this, I think, is, a nervous patient. That can be highly stigmatizing, can be a patient who is worried about experiencing stigma. A young patient, the challenge of early refills. This is a recurring challenge. I think also in our current situation where pharmacies often struggle to stock medications, there can be delays. Asking for an early refill can just be good planning. California law allows early refills, but based on this and our conversations with pharmacies, many pharmacies are afraid to provide a refill for buprenorphine other than the day it is due, which is really hard for a lot of folks because of actions that might be taken by the Board of Pharmacy. So my request to you would be, one, to help us educate our colleagues on the differences about buprenorphine so that it is not treated the same way full agonists are. It is a really important critical medication that people need access to. To look through and revise the guidance on red flags to remove potentially stigmatizing language and to update them to the reality that we would like to have multiple prescribers prescribing buprenorphine for folks. I mean, the other one here is multiple patients with the same address. That can be a shelter. That can be a sober living, a residential treatment facility where a lot of people who are struggling with substance use disorder in treatment, same address. We see a lot of the guidance is not really up to date to the current crisis to issue guidance around early refills. And I think the last piece is to encourage pharmacies, when they do deny a prescription, to contact the prescriber and to document their efforts to contact the prescriber so that we are not leaving patients in the middle unable to access what is really life-saving medication. Really appreciate your time and your leadership on this issue. Thank you. I believe we have some folks for comment. Please. Rebecca Trotsky. I don't know if she's still on. Questions?
Is there someone else coming on or?
Maybe not, possibly not. It's okay.
While you do that, we're gonna open up our discussion for members. Members, go ahead, KK.
I hear your concerns. I have a couple of comments and a question. Is it okay to ask questions?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So comments would be that the red flags for multiple people with the same address, multiple people with the same physician, they could be red flags for valid reasons for a retail pharmacy, but there are institutional pharmacies who do contract with the residential treatment centers, and those patients regularly work with those institutional pharmacies or long-term care pharmacies, and those are not the red flags. So there are avenues of access to the patients. That's number one, which is may not be well known for every residential treatment center, that they may not know that there are other closed door pharmacies that they can. That's just a comment.
Sorry, KK. Can someone mute, please? Thank you. Go ahead, KK.
And the other thing is corresponding responsibility of pharmacies. Pharmacists carry a lot of responsibilities, and patients do go to many physicians, including a couple of ERs in the same day.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, there is a database available called Cures. Does prescriber probably can have an access, or do they have an access, or do
Yes.
they look at it when prescribing?
So current state law requires cures to be accessed by the prescriber when they prescribe controlled substances. So yes, prescribers do access the cures database. And I think the piece, and I recognize this is complicated, right? And we do want to make sure that folks are identifying, we don't want excess access to OxyContin, right? We saw the challenges with that. Benzodiazepines. Buprenorphine is different. It's used for a different purpose. And I'm hoping some of those subtleties can be laid out, because currently I think what a lot of pharmacies did, they copied and pasted your guidance from the website, issued it, and told their pharmacists, this is what you have to adhere to or we will be investigated. And a lot of that is there's not the flexibility and the understanding of how buprenorphine is different. And there is a lot less concern around diversion and a lot of harm when we restrict access to buprenorphine. But I hear your concerns and I recognize it's complicated.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I just want to add that I think that so many of these things are so complex. It's not black and white. Everything is really individual case by case. And my ask actually from my experience is like right now I work at an integrative health system. So for me, it's easier for me to get a hold of physicians. But biggest challenge I had in my practice was getting a hold of a doctor. And if we can collaborate with the medical board, we can collaborate with the PA board and P board, just adding comments on the prescription, adding notes, dose change, explaining what's going on, that helps so much. I have been on hold with the phone to speak with the doctor multiple times, being hung up on, they don't want to talk to me multiple times, and we're all just trying to adhere to corresponding responsibilities. We're all just trying to do the best to take care of patients, but we have a very strict obligation to as pharmacists. So anything we can do to get patients the medicine they need, I'm sure we're all on board. but it's just such a complex issue. I am hoping for more collaboration and education. But it's just, getting a hold of the doctor, if there's a way to make that easier, that would just be so great. And then I'll just go to my other colleagues for comments. Go ahead, Jesse.
Thank you.
Go to you, Kate.
Thank you so much for this presentation. So a little background for myself. I am a retail pharmacist. I've worked in retail pharmacy since 2009. Originally from Massachusetts, which has extremely high opioid overdoses. My brother-in-law actually died from a buprenorphine overdose in 2018. And so I recognize that this is a complex issue. Buprenorphine is not without its risks either. And I think the education piece is so important. I'm glad that Dr. Hurley recognized too that one of the red flags that comes along is multiple opioids or multiple CNS depressants. It's very difficult, I will say, from the retail perspective when you have new patients. So say someone did come from the emergency room, you don't have their history and all of you're seeing is their cures report. So that kind of gets back to what President O was saying, that it is helpful to have more notes. At the end of the day, I think it is also on the pharmacist because making these assessments takes time. And the unfortunate reality is in that most of the chain retail settings, pharmacists don't have the support to be able to assess things thoroughly and have that conversation. And when you have someone, for example, who is going through withdrawals and has mental illness, they may not be able to communicate with us as efficiently as we need to get the information that we need, which is a huge barrier. I also want to thank you for recognizing some of these red flags that may be a little outdated or may be a disadvantage for people who are struggling with addiction. Particularly for me over the years, I've really struggled with the youthful patient who is on chronic pain medications. We have patients of all ages who have disabilities and are suffering from things. Sorry, my phone is going off, but I think this is a very intricate issue, and while some of these are red flags, they're also barrier for patients, and it does come down to a really collaborative effort between the pharmacy team, between the patient, any advocates that patients have too, so whether that's a social worker or even someone at a facility who can assist them in getting their medication and their doctor. But I think the key is communication and being able to identify it. I think there is absolutely a need for more education for pharmacists, and I just want to thank every single person for coming out and coming before us, because we really need to continue this conversation and address it.
Thank you. I'll go to KK, then Nicole. But do you have anything to add while we're...
No, I absolutely appreciate the conversation. Would love to collaborate with you both on education for pharmacists as well as prescribers. And then just want to point out, we all are stressed in healthcare, right? Everybody's really stressed. We have very little time. And to point out, when you struggle to reach the physician, picture the patient who can't get access to that prescription now has to contact their provider and get a new prescription sent to a new pharmacy. And given the difficulty we all have in access to care, we see a lot of patients who, from an emergency provider, couldn't get the prescription filled, couldn't get a hold of their primary physician, comes to the ER just to get a new prescription to send to a new pharmacy. So all communication is hard. Access to healthcare has become even harder. So yes, I would love to collaborate and work both sides. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
I think you already talked about what I wanted to talk about. Pharmacist is the most accessible healthcare provider even today in the entire healthcare system in the country. And many of these issues that Jesse mentioned and you mentioned can be resolved if there is a clear and communication between pharmacist and the prescriber, and that doesn't happen. You just mentioned the patient can't access the primary care physician, and in many cases, pharmacists cannot access the same person or the emergency room physician. So I think improvement in communication would help, and I'm talking strictly for myself, if I have to fill a prescription early as a refill, even if it's a buprenorphine, I need to have an ample documentation. I cannot fill that in good faith anymore. that if there was a time, that has gone. So we are in the middle of a big problem as far as opioids are concerned, and early refill in a good faith, it requires much more documentation. And for that to happen, more communication needs to happen, some prioritized channel between a prescriber and a pharmacist.
Thank you, KK. Yeah, and then there's shortages, there's prior authorizations, insurances, and so many things. So it's a complex issue for sure. Jay, you want to say something? Oh, Nicole, sorry, I forgot. Sorry, I'm getting distracted with onlines. Sorry, Nicole, go ahead.
Yeah, so just for context, I work at an FQHC, a federally qualified health center. We have a mental health department and we have a substance use recovery department within that. So that's the context of where I'm coming from. I'm very supportive of the idea of looking at buprenorphine maybe separate than other opioids. I think there's benefit to that. One thing that comes to mind right away is, could we do something through the education and communication subcommittee to put something out for pharmacists to kind of flag this issue? The other things I wanted to bring up to you all, though, we talked about patients, can come in sometimes in active mental health crisis. And pharmacies are generally extremely public. We have a lot of other patients present. So we have to have that balance between helping that patient who's in withdrawal, who's in crisis, and not harming or deterring the other patients that are there. So I would love to see more work, and this is a much bigger problem, but with the overall mental health community, resources for when a patient is in crisis, that we can still help them, but the police don't have to be called. And I think that's a much bigger problem altogether, but that's something I want to make sure we're talking about when we have this conversation. The last one I want to bring up is harm reduction. Yeah, obviously we want to get patients off of medications, but we know, off of drugs, but we know that sometimes that's a process. So I love the idea of pharmacies of being a place where people can get test strips so they can test their drugs for things like fentanyl that they don't know is there, and other of the newer drugs that we're seeing mixed in. And so that's something I would like to bring up publicly in front of the board as an option as well, if pharmacies can provide test strips so that people can safely test their drugs before they take them. And I would love to hear if you all have any thoughts on both, mental health and having those crisis response teams or whatever that looks like, and harm reduction.
Thank you, Nicole. I'll go to you, Jay.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to the entire team that helped put this together and that cared enough to even put it together. It's sort of in many ways, a lost section of population. People tend to treat addiction like it's deliberate and kind of throw your hands up and, push them out of a society and expect it to just go away for those who are fortunate enough not to have a genetic propensity or anything else for addiction. So one, I think that's great. Two, I also had a background I was never an addict, but I did work at Highland Hospital in addiction for a few years. And I was also a hospital social worker, and it's a trauma unit hospital in Alameda County, or trauma hospital in Alameda County. And the thing that I saw the most was the class and culture issues that went along with individuals with addiction. Two people come in with the same behavior, but one's in an upper class, as we might call it, facility. It's treated very differently versus someone who comes into a place that is county and is taking Medi-Cal and they still need the exact same medication. It's, again, treated very differently. And having a number of friends that were doctors, they would complain about having to be on call all of the time because they were afraid that certain patients didn't get their medications. So I appreciate that you guys are making an effort, and I'd love to have a continued conversation with the board or with whoever it is that can assist with this. I'd be really curious, and this is not like a call to do anything at all, but to see what the total, almost everybody's on something, especially in this part of the country, right? So with the total group of individuals who are taking certain meds, what percentage of that group is actually identified as addicts, number one, recovering or any other way? And also, I don't even know if there's a way to tease that out. And the other thing is, there are people who don't know they're addicted. There's a number of people who are addicted to things. They've taken things as pain medications and for whatever, and are unaware that they're abusing it. And I'm curious to see how that's been treated and whether there's a way to even tease that out. And that all seems like so much work for the pharmacist. Like, it just seems like a lot to put on the individual who's in charge of this entire space. So I don't know if there's some additive to the system that would make this better, but I'd love to see something. I really liked President O's comment about having notes on the prescription, but I also wonder how that gels with HIPAA. Like, how much can you actually put on a prescription for a specific individual? So, there's just a lot to balance. So I appreciate you guys tackling this at any angle. I'm hoping there can be more put towards it.
Thank you.
Do you want to say anything to that? I know it's a lot. I mean, if you have any answers to Jay's question, or to Nicole's comments.
From what we see in the emergency department, also when I practice as an addiction physician, you're correct. So the folks that we are starting on buprenorphine have self-identified to some extent that they have an opioid use disorder. In the emergency department, it becomes easier to tease out because mostly we're seeing folks who are using fentanyl rather than prescribed opioids. I do agree that that population of folks who are receiving prescribed opioids, prescribed benzodiazepines, it's complicated, and I wouldn't expect a pharmacist to be able to figure that out. It's hard for the primary care physician to figure it out. So really at this point, we're focusing on someone who's been using fentanyl, dealing with all of the sort of social consequences that come with the substance use disorder, and how we can take that highest risk patient population and bring them into treatment. So I hear you, a lot of work to do. And at this point, we're going after the easy folks who are using, and we know it and everybody knows it. And can we get you onto buprenorphine?
Thank you. Thank you. I know Trevor, Satinder. Okay. So I'll go to Satinder. I think he's been waiting. And then I'll go to Trevor, then Jesse.
So, first of all, I thank you for coming here. I think having a regular dialogue really makes it, bring to our attention, and we can collaborate and for us to discuss not just the barriers that come from the red flags that you pointed out. In my current job, I'm working, I work in retail and I work with a lot of pharmacists, and my significant portion of my job is basically good faith dispensing practices and red flags and how to mitigate them. And you're right, there's a lot of room for education. I spend a lot of times with the pharmacists. That red flag doesn't mean that you don't dispense the prescription. It's just a mitigating that you need to know. Quick example that you pointed out was multiple addresses being there, and there could be a perfect reason for it. So going one beyond, not just looking at those things as a way to deny prescriptions. One of the things that didn't get mentioned in the conversation is, besides prior authorizations that got mentioned, was that with the crisis, opioid crisis, and all the agreements that got signed in terms of, there's a lot of problems with the supply of as well. So sometimes the patient could be meets all these criteria and may be delayed just because pharmacy don't have access to it. They've been cut off, or there's various different dealers. For wholesalers, we had those folks come in here and talk about it, the challenges they face. So it's, as both President O and some of them in the room have pointed out, that it's really complex. And we only learn from not only the frustrations that you see, but the frustrations that the pharmacists feel when they do want to they're willing to dispense this prescription, but the only thing is they just don't have the stock. And then the patient ends up going to place, and now it's electronic prescription, has to be sent to different place, canceled, and the burden that puts on a physician trying to locate a pharmacy where they can find it. So I hear your frustrations. But it's we need to work at multiple levels and work it together to how to bring down these barriers. So that's just what I had to say. Thanks.
I appreciate that. I would encourage us not to be overwhelmed by the crisis, right? This is the thing that we struggle with is, and for years in healthcare, we've said, this is an unsolvable problem. And so what I'm hoping we can do is work together and start to solve the pieces that we can. And that is how we're going to continue to slowly make progress. I hear you. Really complicated, really hard. And a lot of our systems that we have in place in healthcare do not help us. They work actively against us. So I'm hoping as an early step, we can maybe reconsider how we've written the red flags and work together on education, both on the prescriber side to provide more information and ways to communicate.
Thank you, Trevor.
Thank you. Thank you for both the presentation and coming with recommendations. Sometimes we just get the presentation and we have a conversation. I think these conversations are much more fruitful when we not only get information, but a recommendation from the experts. So one, thank you for that. And as a gay man in recovery, one of the things, especially in regards to this conversation, I think in the broader addiction conversation is we need to start treating those in addiction as a cultural competency issue, like we treat all other communities. We're going to have a presentation on PrEP later today. We've learned in San Francisco, the Latino gay men are much more likely to not use PrEP and have HIV because we have not been providing medication to them in a culturally competent way. And we rightfully look at cultural competency and how we should be addressing all medical issues for all various communities. However, with the addiction community, we have not looked at it through a lens of cultural competency to best provide the medication as effectively as possible. We still, even in our more enlightened era, view it with a stigma. And I think that's where you point out with the red flags, it's very important. I agree that all of these red flags serve very specific and purposeful roles to prevent abuse and to prevent harm. That being said, given the crisis we're in, where people are continually dying at massive rates, I agree with your assessment that we may not. I think there might be a little too much aversion to removing any of these, or even changing the language. But what I would support is a very clear message from the Board of Pharmacy that you're suggesting that for addiction treatment, that these red flags may be something that you should treat with more of a grain of salt in the interest of getting addiction treatment into the hands of those people who need them. So there's that. And I think, preaching to the choir, but I think the tragic irony that the regulations and safety protocols we've had to put in place for buprenorphine and for addiction treatment have been put in place because of the drugs that got people addicted in the first place is not lost on me, or I think on anyone. And I think we need to balance that irony and and we need to realize, yes, these safety protocols serve an incredibly important purpose, but at what point are our safety protocols that we put in place for the drugs that got people addicted in the first place preventing us from giving people access to the drugs that will get them help? And I think that's the tension. But I also think it's the perspective we need as if we're going to make these drugs available, still realizing buprenorphine is a very dangerous drug. It can be dangerous if not used correctly, and we need to acknowledge that, while also at the same time making sure we realize it is also a life-saving drug. And what is the risk assessment in making it available to those who need it in order to save as many lives as possible? And I have one more statement, and then I have a question. One, I would just like to volunteer on this board if there is a collaboration that can be made between the Board of Pharmacy and the medical board to have a discussion on creating a clearer line of communication specifically around buprenorphine. If there are red phones, if there are something to that extent where we can work together as boards to either regulatory wise or promoting legislation that would provide a clearer line of communication and exemptions necessary, whether it's the specific prescriber or someone within that same hospital or something that would allow easier and more accessible communication between the prescriber and the pharmacist. I would be happy to volunteer for that effort. And one of the questions I have is, we as a board have supported the legislation to make MAT more accessible. We have supported Assemblyman Haney's legislation for mobile pharmacies. And I was just curious about how mobile pharmacies in particular are a tool in addressing this kind of disconnect between prescribers and distribution and getting buprenorphine and MAT out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think beyond this, there are a lot of opportunities. There's, collaborative practice agreements where pharmacists can really be the drivers of access. So I think similar to PrEP, buprenorphine is a place where pharmacists could have a huge role in expanding access and being a huge part of the solution to getting addiction treatment to people who need it. Mobile pharmacies, wonderful, especially for our unstably housed population that has trouble with transportation. And really, from my perspective, looking at a statewide lens, each community is different. So we have some folks who are in rural areas where they may have access to only one pharmacy. And so if that pharmacy is not one that will dispense buprenorphine, it is another barrier in terms of like how they have to potentially go further distance to reach another pharmacy, which can also be a red flag. So you can kind of see how we need to have both statewide and local solutions. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Jesse?
So I think just kind of bringing it full circle, and after listening to this conversation, I think overall, and I think I would imagine most of the people on the board probably agree. I think the red flags as they exist, I mean, they are red flags. But I think where the education piece comes from the pharmacy end is we need more education on how pharmacists need to resolve the red flags. I think for so long, pharmacists were just afraid to fill controlled substances. And to resolve the red flags does take time. It does take effort. But if there's a way that we can either educate and I think even, I don't know if this is possible, but the discussion of potentially having some sort of continuing education opportunity for the pharmacists who are interested in learning more about substance use disorder, about how they can help and make these more accessible. If we can do some sort of collaboration to make this thing available and just keep the communication aspect ongoing, I think that's a really good, feasible next step in terms of making sure we address this issue.
I think another piece is for the red flags, some of them are subjective. A nervous patient, and if you're going to leave a nervous patient, having education around stigma and when you could possibly be making the wrong judgment based on prior bias. It's hard, right? When you write these, it makes sense. And we all think, I know what a nervous patient looks like. And yes, that's a red flag. But on balance, when you apply it to the diverse society that we have, when you have subjective red flags, it becomes really challenging for an individual to make that judgment call in a way that does not potentially increase bias and disparities in access to care. So to think about some of them where they're subjective, where we can provide education on how they can be applied in a way that is potentially discriminatory. So those are the ones where, in particular, the subjectivity, particularly when it's not backed with education on what does which is a universally nervous patient. How does nervousness present differently in different cultures, as we've kind of mentioned? And so those types of things can really exacerbate stigma and disparities.
Just to add to that piece, earlier today, someone had requested an agenda item on burglaries in pharmacies. One of the things that is particularly unsettling for a lot of retail pharmacists is the safety piece in the pharmacy. And so, I can speak personally. I've been in a pharmacy alone where I'm the only person multiple times. I've been attacked for not dispensing controlled substances. I know I'm not alone. People have been robbed for it, especially when you're one person in a pharmacy or one of two individuals in a store that barely has anyone else in it. A lot of those things and these demeanors, they are subjective, but they can bring back a lot of fear because of safety concerns. And people are, in pharmacies in particular, are fearful of that. I think, yeah, I agree with what you're saying, and I think we can get to a better place, ideally, at least with the things that we can address, right? The supply issue, obviously, we can continue working, but there's not much we can do if a pharmacy isn't able to get something. But I think the education piece, making sure that pharmacies are doing their due diligence and actually putting the effort to help patients is a really good first step.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Yeah, I see. Like without solving this issue, I don't think we'll ever be able to solve homeless crisis either. So this is such a huge, important topic. And so I thank you for your time. And I see that few things we can do. Hopefully we can review maybe this corresponding responsibility information that's on our website. If Nicole or Maria is agreeable, maybe they can take up on at their committees. Public Ed, Nicole, or Enforcement, Maria, whichever. I think this is a good opportunity to possibly review, some of the things. Go ahead, Ben. Don't kill me.
Would never. But I also heard some opportunities. So just as a quick reminder, right, we are working with the medical board, right? We don't have a lot of those details yet because we're still in the preliminary stages, but heard a lot of recommendations from this as well. So I have made notes to reach out to the executive director of the medical board and a couple of other boards that are interested in working in a more cross-cutting way. So hope to have some more information on that. But thank you. A lot of this conversation, like I have my little list of action items, so thank you.
So that was the second thing you stole the thunder. I was like, we could contact medical board to ensure that we're having conversation, but not just medical board. Now that the Suboxone is prescribable by really almost anybody with a prescriptive authority, I think that we could join with nursing board and PA board and hopefully talk about how can we make this more accessible? And lastly, maybe we could have some sort of a legislative solution, like a doctor must be accessible to speak with a pharmacist to resolve issues arising out of corresponding responsibility. That's something that I've been really hoping to be addressing for many years because it's been such a pain point in my practice for so many years, just getting a hold of the doctor, that if I can talk to a doctor, it would take 10 seconds to resolve so many issues. But there are call centers, there are nurses, right? And I get you all are so busy. We're all so busy. We're all so spread thin. But if there is just one thing, like if it's regarding corresponding responsibility, maybe pharmacists should learn to not abuse that, but maybe there is a requirement that on the prescription, there's a number the pharmacist can call in resolving corresponding responsibility. Or, I've always been like, hopefully nobody steals this business idea. I was hoping there's always like an online communication method that's HIPAA protected and compliant, that the doctors can communicate easily with other healthcare professionals in all settings, right? Because right now it's all just within the systems, integrative systems, your own hospitals and clinics. But if there's a way to open that up to a large chain, independent pharmacies, and they can all have a more cohesive conversation without getting hacked, obviously, I think that would be great. If there's some effort, maybe working with the legislators, I think that would be a great solution. I see Renee's hand was up, although I don't know if she put it down. She's like, oh my God, stop talking song. So she's trying to help me.
Sorry, I kind of realized I'm jumping in the summary, and I just wanted to kind of make a comment. I guess based on that. I mean, I really appreciate this discussion. This has not been my practice setting. So anyway, so it's very informational, and I really appreciate, and I agree with Trevor that this dialogue is great, very helpful, and I appreciate everybody's honesty. I don't think any of us are untouched by having either ourselves or family or friends who have had this experience. So I just really appreciate that and bringing it to attention. And I mean, I'm on both of the boards or committees that were mentioned, so I look forward to working on that if it ends up coming that way. So, but just thank you everybody for the great discussion.
Do you have anything to say, Jeff?
As a public member, this might be a stupid question, but is there
Never
a
a
way?
stupid question.
Don't say that yet.
Never a stupid question.
Is there a way to digitally validate so you don't have to call the doctor? And certainly you don't want to put extra work on the doctor that's already has their hands full. But when it's submitted, in the old days, they used to write it on a tab of paper and then scribble a signature that you couldn't read. And you just assumed it was cool. But in these days, you would think there'd be a way to digitally verify, regardless of what that person looks like. It's like we almost want to be blind in a lot of dealing with the public because we're not here to judge, we're here to provide a service. Whereas the pharmacies are worried about, either litigation or doing the wrong thing and providing the bad stuff to the people that maybe do bad things with it, right? But yeah, if there was a way to provide some sort of digital validation, so you wouldn't have to call and wait online for a doctor to pick up and.
Well, I'll try to, yeah, so that's a great question, Jeff, actually, and I'll try to provide my stupid answer, which is like, think of a scenario, someone's already taking like, let's say oxycodone, and then this person decides, I really, and maybe the oxycodone, it's prescribed or something, and then this person think that they want to maybe move on to Suboxone, but the pharmacy system would give all kinds of red flags, like, oh no, you cannot fill this, right? So if there's a doctor prescribing Suboxone puts a note, they want to get off oxycodone on the prescription, that helps pharmacists determine those and many other factors. So it's just a short, really dirty example, but that's kind of a scenario. So like putting a note on the prescription is really helpful. And a lot of doctors do that, but it just helps like having more history and understanding of the situations of this person's facing on the note. That really helps pharmacists. Jesse, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I'll add to that too. I will say, I think especially coming from an emergency room, for me, and I will say generally, I don't think pharmacists do this enough, but I am always looking up the doctor. I search for them. I search the address as well. So it's pretty easy for me just doing that search to figure out that a doctor is in an emergency department. That alone, like that simple act is enough to give you more information. Something else we look for is the diagnosis code. So if I know I'm getting a prescription, I've already looked up that it's from an emergency department, and then I see it's for substance use disorder. Those two pieces help to resolve the red flag of multiple opioids. And then you can have the conversation in person. So one thing that I do also is kind of do like a forced consultation in the system. So basically the patient can't get the prescription until the pharmacy physically goes to the computer and has that conversation. So I'll be like, patient was on XYZ during consultation, please confirm that this patient has discontinued it, so that we always have that in the system. The problem is that it's a lot of work, and I don't think pharmacists have integrated that into their practice as well as they should. The other piece too is in an emergency department, it's very hard to get a hold of the physician because by the time you type it, or they may be gone. There's a lot of turnover. There's emergencies happening, of course. And sometimes it's not as easy, depending on the system, to actually add those notes as well.
All I want to say is, as an ER doctor, I hear you on how hard it is to get doctors on the phone. I feel like that is my life, so I'm with you.
Thank you. Okay, well, I really appreciate your time. Before I close, any other member comments? Well, thank you. Any questions or comments for us before you go? And then we'll do public comment, but just for us.
I really appreciate the conversation, the dialogue, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Okay, don't leave yet. We're gotta do public comments. So we gotta do public comment in Sacramento. Thank you. You might have to share your microphone. Sorry, we've got one microphone.
Hi, thank you very much. David Panish. I'm with California Health Policy Strategies. We're a consulting group and we're working with the California Bridge on this issue. Really appreciate the discussion. I think this is the first time probably in the country that any board of pharmacy has had this kind of a detailed discussion about how to address this problem. So, we're very grateful for that and would expect nothing less from California. We've done, just to give members a sense of scale here, we did an analysis of how many people are coming into emergency departments with a diagnosed SUD issue. And frankly, the numbers are staggering. I mean, we were just blown away by this. In fact, 1 in 7 emergency room visits are connected to someone that has a primary or secondary diagnosis. 1.1 million Californians that are coming, and this is based on 2021 data, which is the most recent that we have it. Most of those, maybe I would guess less than 1%, are going into residential programs. So by and large, most of them, so in terms of a solution, that's not where it's going to be. This is really on an outpatient basis where people are dependent on community pharmacies to get access. And as we try to expand the availability of practitioners that are willing to prescribe medications to address addiction and systems so that people, when they leave the emergency departments, have access to medication, pharmacies are a critical place, a juncture where this is going to happen. So it really is a crisis, and we appreciate any effort to address that.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments. Any other comments, Sean? Okay.
Thank you so much for bringing it to the attention of the board, and thank you so much for the board to discuss all this complex issues. As President O mentioned, I could not agree more. It's social determinant of health, workforce safety issues, and wholesaler product. So we are from California Pharmacists Association. We also we'll provide more CE continuing educations and also bring up the more awareness of this issues that we're dealing with public in California. And thank you so much for ongoing efforts for this awareness. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. Okay, none in Sacramento. We'll go to WebEx. David?
We are open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. Our first request is coming from Josh Lutfig. I'm going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. You may need to hit the ellipses button, that's the ... in order to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Oh, great. Thank you. My name's Josh Luftig, and I'm a physician assistant at Highland Hospital. I heard someone else was from that institution, and we are in Oakland, California, highly impacted by the overdose crisis. And I'm also a co-founder of California Bridge, and so appreciate the, disentangling. We've been educating prescribers across California in the ED on disentangling the opioid stewardship element of fighting the crisis with decreasing access to treatment, barriers to treatment. So I appreciate the journey that you're going on with the pharmacy and educating your colleagues and helping us on that side of the equation. I actually wrote down I have a written statement that in the interest of time, I'm just going to read that will summarize my thoughts on this. So I urge the Board of Pharmacy to reconsider policies that subject buprenorphine prescriptions to the same level of scrutiny as full agonist opioids. While it is essential to flag concerning opioid prescriptions, such as high-dose prescriptions exceeding 90 MMEs per day, early refills from multiple providers or dangerous combinations like opioids with benzodiazepines, buprenorphine does not carry the same risks. Unlike full agonist opioids, buprenorphine has a ceiling effect that limits respiratory depression, significantly reducing overdose risk. It is a critical tool in treating opioid use disorder and preventing failed overdoses. Yet unnecessary restrictions and heightened scrutiny are making it harder for patients to access this life-saving medication. As a physician assistant working in the emergency department, I see incredibly
10
high-risk
seconds.
patients every day. People in crisis, people on the brink of overdose, people we have revived after overdose, people ready to accept treatment. My
Time.
colleagues and I go, hello? My
Thank you for
colleagues
the
and
comments.
Next, we are going to hear from Pat. Hold on, Pat. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Oh, wonderful. My name's Pat Irving. I'm an RN with over 35 years of experience in risk management and patient safety, and I represent the national campaign to protect people in pain. I want to first of all thank the presenters. As an RN, I cannot tell you how important it is to treat addiction and for us in all of healthcare to be very sensitive to that group of patients. What I'm here to say is there is a better way to move forward, and I will explain why. And that better way is to join with all the patients who need controlled substances of all types, including legitimate prescribed opioids. I am a patient with CRPS. It is extreme pain beyond what any of you may be able to imagine unless you have suffered from something so excruciating. I have legitimate orders, and I was pushed off of my medication because of all of the stress and strife that you see, the red flags and all of the things that are coming. So as a person in this situation, I educated myself to why this was occurring and how we could work together, those in addiction and those in the chronic pain community. And what I want to point out to you is currently, all those things that you mentioned as barriers, the DEA, and I'm going to add the injunctive relief, these are government restrictions that you, the Board of Pharmacy, I don't want to tell you this, but I have to, you cannot make changes to these. According to the Healthcare Distribution
10 seconds.
Alliance, and because of the laws of injunctive relief, you cannot change these. You must educate yourself and get people involved
Time.
who can tell you what the laws are.
Hi, David. Just for the record, this is Jessie. I'm just announcing that I'm leaving just for purposes of a quorum.
All right, thank you very
Thanks
much.
for the comments.
Next,
ahead,
we're going to
David.
hear. Next, we're going to hear from Sarah Cummings. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
An opioid stewardship pharmacist at a large academic medical center. I appreciate the board's willingness to modify the red flags for buprenorphine prescribing. I did want to comment on a few of the pieces of conversation here. First of all, with the stock of buprenorphine, there was a study done in JAMA in 2023 that 40% of pharmacies do not keep Suboxone in stock. One of my key duties as an opioid stewardship pharmacist is to monitor drug shortages. Suboxone is not on shortage and has not been on shortage since 2023, which is only a minor shortage. So it's unclear to me why our pharmacies cannot stock Suboxone and patients need to call around and go to multiple pharmacies to get a supply. Additionally, California law states that Schedule III controlled substances can be filled 2 days early. In our health system, we are experiencing a high number of pharmacies and individual pharmacists that are refusing to follow this law, instead requiring that the patient fill their prescription on the day that it runs out. This is very harmful for very obvious reasons, and it's unclear to me why we allow individual pharmacies and pharmacists to create rules and restrictions that are more strict than what the California laws allow. So I would urge the board to address this potentially in the education piece that you have agreed to put out. And lastly, I will say that this is causing a significant burden to our emergency department and our health system, both financially and with patient volume. Right now, our ER wait times are in double digits of hours. We have so many patients boarding in the hallways. The EMS are not able to respond to 911 calls. We have emptied out our PACUs to put beds in there and patients in there while we wait for inpatient beds. We have patients that, because they cannot get their prescription filled, come
10
to
seconds.
for doses. And we have patients that sometimes come for 4 different encounters because they cannot get their medications filled. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we are going to hear from John Gray. You may need to dial *6 to unmute when prompted.
Hey there. Good morning. This is John Gray, registered pharmacist with Kaiser Permanente. Thanks for the really great discussion and for the opportunity to provide comments. During today's discussion, there was a lot of talk about red flags for controlled substance dispensing. And I just wanted to provide a gentle reminder to the board that in the late summer or early fall of last year, we had asked the board to consider agendizing an item related to potential tension between a pharmacist's obligation to exercise their corresponding responsibility and the risk of delay in dispensing of a prescription that could lead to complaints and investigations. And it sounded like at the time there was interest by the board in placing that on an agenda. And so just wanted to flag that hopefully if this gets taken up either by enforcement or communication and public ed, the discussion could also include a discussion around that potential tension between the obligation to exercise corresponding responsibility and the obligation not to delay dispensing a legitimate prescription. Thanks very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for the comments.
Next and potentially last is Julie Kasarjian. If you would like to make a comment and have not had a chance to do so yet, now is the time to raise your hand. All right, Julie, I'm going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, Julie, it looks like you're on a mobile device. You may need to hit the ellipses button in order to get the prompt in order to unmute your microphone. I'm going to send you a second request. The ellipses button is the ... at the bottom. All right, we're going to try one more time. I sent you a third request to unmute your microphone. There it is.
Hello?
Hello. Go ahead, please.
Hey, hi, this is Julie Kasarjian. I'm with the California Bridge as well as an implementation leader. I'm also an emergency physician, and I'm also an addiction medicine specialist that works at residential and outpatient MAT clinics. So quite a broad view there. But I so appreciate you listening to us and considering a collaboration between all the prescribers and the pharmacists. I know we're all in a hard position here, but I think we're all in the agreement that buprenorphine Suboxone can save lives. So I'm super encouraged by this discussion. So happy to take part, and however I can help, I'll be there for you. And I so appreciate the Bridge and the Board of Pharmacy. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the comments.
And that appears to be all of our requests for public comment at the moment.
Thank you, David. Okay, before we go, members, any lasting thoughts? Any lasting comments for you?
No, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully we'll stay in touch, and hopefully we can, do what we can in our very limited possibilities. But we'll do our best. Okay, it's 11:51. It is our lunchtime in this rainy day in Sacramento. So we'll try to get perked up with some food. We'll come back at 12:45. 12:45. We'll see you back at 12:45. 12:45. All right. Sadly, the lunch has to end at one point, and we all have to get back to the meeting. So we'll get started. Hopefully, everyone enjoyed their little lunch break. We're almost there. So next agenda, and before I go to next agenda, we'll take a quick roll call to make sure. I know Jesse had to leave, so we're now Trevor.
Present.
Thank you, Trevor. Renee, are you back? I see you.
Yes, present.
Thank you, Renee. Jeff?
Present.
Thank you, Jeff. KK?
Present.
Thank you, KKJ.
Present.
Thank you, Jay. Satinder?
Present.
Thank you, Satinder. Maria?
Present.
Thank you, Maria. And Nicole?
Present.
Thank you, Nicole. And I am here. Next agenda item is 11, presentation on proposed follow-up statewide study to describe trends and access to PrEP in California. Presenters include, again, apologies if I'm mispronouncing your name, and I of all people should know better to not do that, but just, I'm sorry, Dr. Stefano Bertozzi, Dr. Jerica Lamb, Dr. Ayako Miyashita Ochoa, and Lauren Hunter. Thank you so much. We're gonna receive a presentation on proposed follow-up statewide study to learn about trends and access to PrEP in California. Are they virtual, I think? Are they all ready to go, David?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes, good. I'm Stefano Bertozzi, and I'm on the faculty of UC Berkeley School of Public Health. I'm a physician, health economist, have worked for decades on HIV and other infectious diseases. And I'm very pleased to be here today with my colleagues, Professor Jerica Lamb, who's at Chapman University, and Professor Ayako Miyashita Ochoa, who's a professor at UCLA. Professor Lamb is a PharmD, and Professor Miyashita Ochoa is an attorney, and also my colleague, Dr. Lauren Hunter at UC Berkeley. And it's a really fitting that we would follow on the previous agenda item, because it was focused on ensuring access through pharmacies to pharmaceutical products that are really important, especially for marginalized and vulnerable populations. And the same thing is true with our discussion. The difference here is that we're coming really to ask for your input and your advice, because we're receiving funding to do a study looking at how to ensure equitable access to oral and injectable PrEP through community pharmacies. And we're still in the formulating the project process. And we would be really interested in your perspective on how we can better serve your needs, the needs of pharmacists in California, and most importantly, of course, the needs of people who need access to these products. And we're very encouraged by the fact that California has a very permissive legislative approach to ensuring access to both oral and injectable PrEP. But of course, that hasn't yet been translated into widespread access through pharmacies. And so part of this work is to better understand what have been the challenges with oral PrEP, but more importantly, access to injectable PrEP. And I've been working on HIV for a very long time, since I did my residency in San Francisco in the early 90s, before the advent of antiretroviral therapy. And I would say that I'm so excited by the advent of injectable PrEP. I think it's the most important development in HIV since the arrival of triple therapy. And since I do a lot of work overseas, and in particular in Africa, I'm so excited by the possibility of a product that can be used every 6 months. So we're here to talk to you about this. My colleagues are going to carry most of the water. I am recently involved in the project after my colleague Sandra McCoy left Berkeley. So I'm thrilled to be part of it, but I'm going to turn this over now. I'd like to go to the next slide, please, and you can take a look at the overview of what we're going to talk about. And I'd like to turn this over to my colleague, Professor Lamb. So Jerica, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Steph, and thank you to the Board of Pharmacy for this opportunity to present to you on what we are doing and how exciting it is right now for HIV prevention. A little bit background of myself. I know Maria knows me through the CSHP Board of Directors there, and I've been in the HIV treatment management space for over 15 years now. I am an associate professor at Chapman School of Pharmacy and still involved with PrEP and PEP, and looking forward to working with this great group here. So please move on to the next slide. All right, so many of you probably have already known about PrEP, but we just want to make sure everyone is on the same page of understanding what it is. And we know that right now it's very exciting. We have 2 FDA-approved oral medications for pre-exposure prophylaxis, the generic of Truvada, as well as the Descovy, which is, I call it PrEP 2.0. And what is interesting, though, is that even though these medications are available and they are covered on formularies for various health insurances, patients are not embracing the medication, or the uptake of medication is very poor compared to what we had hoped. And there's a lot of studies looking at this, including my colleague Patrick Sullivan from the East Coast in Georgia. So what we wanted to do is just also to highlight that there is another formulation available, which is the injectable form. We know that there's one currently FDA approved, and that is cabotegravir or Apretude. We are currently using that in many clinic spaces, including my clinic here at Ultimed. And like what Steph had mentioned earlier, the other new medication that's coming around and hopefully will be approved in a few months this year will be very exciting in terms of more options for patients for prevention. Next slide, please. What we have here are the 2 medications that I've alluded to, cabotegravir being the current only FDA-approved long-acting injectable PrEP. Cabotegravir is also used for treatment-experienced patients with HIV. Lenacapavir is also used for treatment-experienced patients with HIV, but as monotherapy, it is going to be used for PrEP. And this is a medication that we're all pending for FDA approval in a few months. Next slide, please. And as you are very well aware with the legislation here in California, we were very grateful that Governor Newsom, as well as Senator Wiener, has really pioneered the prevention space and making California stand out among the other states with these legislative bills. We know that 159 was signed by the governor in 2019, and it was actually launched in 2020. We had several webinars. I know Betty Dong did one as well with the Board of Pharmacy. So we're very happy that the Board of Pharmacy is embracing this and trying to advocate more advancement for pharmacists to practice at the top of their license. And then, of course, with the recent legislation of 339, that expanded the days of supply that pharmacists can actually furnish PrEP. So we are also excited that in that language, it does not preclude or exclude long-acting injectables. So meaning that cabotegravir and hopefully lenacapavir eventually will be available for pharmacists to administer in their workplace settings. Next slide, please. And I think this is Lauren now, right?
Thank you, Jerica. So first, I'm going to give a quick recap of the findings of our previous study. In the fall of 2022, which was about 2 years after SB 159 implementation began, we conducted a cross-sectional survey of more than 900 pharmacists as well as pharmacy students, who we primarily recruited through the email listservs of the California Pharmacists Association, as well as the California Society for Health System or of health system pharmacists. We found that almost all, about 96% of participants agreed that pharmacy-based PrEP and PET provision were important, and more than 80% of them said that they would be willing to prescribe PrEP to pharmacy clients. But despite those very supportive attitudes about PrEP, only 11% reported that they are working in a pharmacy that currently offered pharmacist-initiated PrEP services, as we know was enabled by SB 159. We also asked participants whether they would be willing to administer injectable PrEP in their pharmacy, specifically if they were provided with training, compensation, and a private room. And also, specifically, we asked about PrEP administration through an injection in the ventrogluteal muscle every 2 months, like CAB-LA, which Jerica described. More than half of participants indicated they would be willing to administer injectable PrEP under these conditions. These are just some quick highlights of our study, but if you'd like to read more, you are welcome to check out CaliforniaPharmacistStudy.com, which links a number of our reports. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to go over the aims of our upcoming research, which we are hoping to begin data collection for later this spring. Our first aim is to describe trends in pharmacy-based access to oral and long-acting injectable PrEP in California pharmacies, as well as to identify high-priority areas where PrEP access in pharmacies is currently limited. And we plan to accomplish this aim through 2 separate but related cross-sectional surveys. The first survey will be at the pharmacy level, using a mystery client or secret shopper approach. We'll first take a statewide sample of 1,000 community pharmacies, and then we'll call those sampled pharmacies to assess whether they offer pharmacist-initiated PrEP services, and if they do, specifically whether they offer oral and or injectable PrEP. Then the second survey will be conducted at the individual level. We'll be trying to recruit pharmacists, pharmacist managers, and pharmacy owners from the pharmacies that we sampled in the previous step, and we'll be inviting them to complete longer 15-minute surveys on the phone or online that assess barriers to and facilitators of PrEP provision in their pharmacies. Both of these surveys are different than our 2022 survey, which used an online convenience sample, in that here we're going to be using a representative statewide pharmacy level sampling approach and focusing specifically on community pharmacies, and in particular in the wake of SB 339 and recent progress on injectable PrEP that we've already discussed. Next slide, please. Our second aim is to reveal implementation opportunities and needs of both pharmacists and PrEP users in anticipation of lenacapavir for PrEP rollout. First, we will be inviting 500 of the participants from the individual survey that I just described to also complete an online experiment that's designed to measure their preferences for the implementation of injectable PrEP in their pharmacies. In this discrete choice experiment, participants will be presented with different implementation scenarios for injectable PrEP that vary on multiple different attributes. So for example, how PrEP is integrated into the pharmacy workflow, the privacy, payment for services, and other key determinants of the feasibility and success of implementation in pharmacies. And then when faced with these hypothetical scenarios, participants will be asked to choose between them in terms of which one they would prefer to implement in their pharmacy. When we analyze their choices, we can understand which attributes related to implementation are most important to participants and how heavily participants weigh certain implementation features in their decisions without directly asking them to rank those features individually. Then finally, we'll be collecting qualitative data as well through key informant interviews with pharmacists, including managers and owners, as well as with people who either currently use PrEP or could benefit from PrEP. And those interviews will help us contextualize the survey data that we've collected, as well as help us better understand how the preferences of potential PrEP users intersect with the preferences of pharmacists that we'll be understanding through the discrete choice experiment. Overall, across these 2 aims, our goal is to collect policy relevant data and also to lay the foundation for a future pilot study of lenacapavir for PrEP provision in California pharmacies after regulatory approval comes through. Now I'll pass it to Ayako for the final slide.
Thanks so much, Lauren. Thank you to the board for having us. Once again, I just wanted to share that this is part of a longer term effort I think we've been making since the passage of 159 and the idea that There's clearly some barriers at play that are keeping us from being as effective as possible in getting implemented pharmacist furnished PrEP, right, in the state of California. And all of our work we've done, we've had a lot of conversations with pharmacists themselves, particularly those from community pharmacies. And a critical barrier that has been identified over and over is this sort of lack of reimbursement or funding for PrEP services. And so I think it was mentioned earlier at the top by a representative from CPHA talking about, you know, how do we get community pharmacists paid for their services, right? And what are the engagements that we perhaps need to have more information about to understand where Medi-Cal managed care programs could help us get there, right? And to cross the finish line. So more broadly, as we step into this space where we're doing this again, we're trying to get a representative sample this time, and we're having you know, the community of pharmacists and pharmacies across the state participate in this study. We'd love to know if you have any input as to what you think we should be measuring in 2025. A lot of sort of putting together this project and the measures for this project, we're thinking through this piece about how we can shed light on what are these persistent barriers to implementation. What is the information needed to inform targeted implementation? If we were to say that, you know, we kind of understand where PrEP uptake disparities exist in the state of California and we wanted to be targeted in our efforts, what are the questions we need to ask and what are the answers that we need to help formulate a policy response? So those are some of our big questions for you today. We were truly hoping not just to present to you to share what we're doing, but again, as Steph mentioned, to hear if you have any thoughts about this. It's critically important at this phase of our, you know, design process that we take into consideration your expert opinions. So I wanted to just go ahead and open up there as a starting point. And of course, if you have any questions for any of us, we're happy to answer them.
Thank you. I really appreciate your time. And I know I personally am very deeply, I care about this issue, as everybody knows. And I know, Nicole, your hand is raised. I'll get to you. And I'm sure Trevor has comments. So we'll get to those. But thank you. And I think it's just really a great discussion. And I think, unfortunately, you know, the critical barrier really stands as reimbursement, but also throw in another, you know, it's just unnecessary burden, such as a lot of health plans only let you get 30-day supply at a time, probably prior authorizations, Medicare reimbursement status, a lot of things that is beyond our control, unfortunately, is also a barrier. So I just wanted to point those out as one of unfortunate factors. And, you know, Medicare provider status, I think really could. I personally believe there are treatments out there that can really eradicate HIV permanently, but it's the system and, you know, what we have going on that I think all the burdens, and as the complex discussion as was for buprenorphine, same thing, we have so much treatments out there that could help resolve addiction, but it's, you know, there's so much barriers and complexity. So hoping we can work together to somehow at least, you know, make a step forward in positive direction to help really solve HIV permanently. With that, I'll go to Nicole. I know your hand was raised, and I know you live in this area, so I'm sure you have a lot to say. Nicole?
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you all so much for the presentation. Just for context, I work in the LGBTQ+ healthcare space, including HIV care, PEP and PrEP, as well as others. A couple of things you hit on the big ones that are barriers for, and I worked on SB 159. That's important too. You hit on some of the big ones that are barriers, obviously reimbursement, but a couple of things I wanted to highlight for you. One of the biggest barriers right now, particularly with the long-acting injectables, with Apretude, is it's often assigned as a medical benefit instead of a pharmacy benefit. So if we want to give it in a pharmacy, it would have to be a pharmacy benefit, one. And two, even in a location like mine, where a federally qualified health center with a clinic upstairs, the billing is so hard and so tedious that we have like a wait list of patients that we are trying to get covered because we're having so many problems with their insurance. We had to hire people just to do the work, which that's not going to work if we're trying to implement this on pharmacy. So it absolutely has to be a pharmacy benefit. I think I don't know how feasible this is, but it would be really interesting to see a bill in California that dictated that it had to be covered as a pharmacy benefit, or something to that effect. The other thing I wanted to flag, obviously lenacapavir is a Gilead product. I noticed Gilead on your front page as one of the sponsors of the presentation or your work. It's rumored that Gilead is going to be moving all of their patient assistance program drugs, so Truvada, Descovy, anything that's covered under that, to mail order. So they're not going to allow patients to pick it up directly in a pharmacy. If they do this, obviously that's really detrimental to patients getting it. And the Gilead Patient Assistance Program is used, at least in the state of California, for our state PrEP AP, so our state Office of AIDS, when they cover PrEP, it is covered under the Gilead Patient Assistance Program. So that's really a big number of people. So not to get all political on us and, you know, talk about drug companies, but we need to deal with some of those things to take down barriers. Also, not to name names, but one of the biggest health insurers, HMOs, that is in the state of California, that covers a lot of people, I'm sure their representative is here today, has not started covering long-acting injectable PrEP. They have not even reviewed it on their P&T committee, and it has been out for over 3 years. They also do not routinely cover anything besides generic Truvada. So for anyone who has a medical need for Descovy, it's almost impossible to get. And we know that because we have them as our health insurer. So our employees who are members of the community and need these services can't get the services we provide. So yeah, not to make this political, but there's a lot of politics here. So I would love to hear your thoughts on how we can resolve some of those barriers and issues.
Thank you for the comments, Nicole. Go ahead. Gilead, if you're listening, I really hope you don't do that, but we have no power to determine how they do it. But I really, that's alarming, Nicole. I hope that's not true. And I mean, just for context for our public members, a lot of times these drugs are very expensive. A lot of times they have copays. A lot of times their copays range from, $10. Now in California, there are, I think, some requirements where they have to be free, but I think that's where I'm not an expert in that. But so they're supposed to be covered, right? But there's copays, and these patient assistance programs are people can use if they have really high copay for people with Medicare, where copays are a little higher. And a lot of times they're allowed to use that benefit at the pharmacy, wherever their pharmacy is. But, if a lot of pharmaceutical manufacturers has shifted it to their direct dispensing in some ways so that they can control, I think, maybe cost, whatnot. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen. But anyway, before I go on any further, I'll get off my soapbox and I'll let you guys respond to Nicole's thoughts. Whoever wants to go first, just go ahead and speak. I know you're all virtual, so you guys are little tiny screens in our room, so just keep that in mind. Whoever wants to go first, Dr. Lamb, Dr. Bertozzi.
Well, let me just ask a question because Nicole, I'd really wonder if you could elaborate a little bit more on the medical benefit versus pharmacy benefit conundrum that the pharmacies face, and whether you see the only solution being the legislative one that you propose, or do you see other solutions which would enable pharmacists to be compensated under the medical benefits? I'm curious if you could elaborate a little bit more on what you're suggesting there.
Sure. I don't think most pharmacies have the capability to bill for medical benefits, even if that was granted. We've actually run into that because they recently in Medicare moved PrEP coverage under Part B as a medical benefit. And in order to do that, like we had to sign up and like get new software and like we're paying for this other service to be able to do the billing. So I don't think the answer is allowing pharmacies to do the medical billing. That would just be another charge. That would be another thing. And of course, one of the barriers with medical billing is you don't know if you're getting paid. So you have to give that drug to the patient, submit the claim, and hope that you're going to get that, $6,000 plus back. And I think most people aren't willing to take the risk. The benefit of the pharmacy billing is that you're paid for the drug beforehand. And I would love to shout out our state Medicaid agency, Medi-Cal, for covering it as both. So, you can have either option. And I think that's the best option because that allows places that are a clinic to do it and do their own billing if they're able, but then pharmacies would be able to bill too. I'm totally open to other solutions, but that's the only one that I can think of offhand.
Jerica, Ayoko, Lauren, comments?
No, and thank you, Nicole, for sharing that. I'm actually also at FQHC today. I'm at Ultimed, which is my clinic site. We implemented Cabenuva and Apretude for treatment and prevention, respectively. And I think what I'm hearing is the buy and bill issue under medical benefits, which definitely the FQHCs don't have the budget to eat the cost up front. I totally agree with that. What's interesting, and I will have to circle back with my pharmacist colleagues who are also on the first floor in the outpatient pharmacy, is to see how they're able to bill for the medication for like the Medi-Cal and the CalOptima patients. We have patients who actually came in today for their Apretude and Cabenuvas, and they are receiving their medications through those insurances, and the prescription is provided by the pharmacist downstairs, and then the patient gets the injection upstairs in the clinic room. So it's interesting what I'm hearing your group is experiencing. We know about white bagging buy and bill, but I think there's still, definitely I agree, it is a barrier to increase uptake of Apretude for injection. I also agree that for it to be implemented in the outpatient pharmacy, logistically, it's not very feasible with the private rooms, and also the risk of administering medication ventrogluteally versus an IM or a sub-Q injection, which is very different. So it's a liability issue that I hear from certain pharmacist colleagues. They don't want to take that liability and that risk. So there's a lot of other issues, I agree. But I would love to circle back with you on how our pharmacy is able to bill for the medication for patients to receive it and get it administered, not in the pharmacy, but in the clinic setting.
No, you got cut off a little bit at the end, but.
Oh, I was saying that.
Nope, just one second. Can you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Which part?
Just the end of the sentence, I think there, Dr. Lam.
Okay. Oh, I was just going to, and I know Maria Serpa, so I might just reach out to her to get your contact, Nicole, and I'll circle back with you to see how my pharmacist colleagues are able to bill for their Apretude under Medi-Cal or CalOptima insurance in Orange County, and how that works. So that maybe perhaps there's a workaround for that as well in your FQHC setting.
I actually know your chief pharmacy officer at Ultimed, Jen. So if you speak,
yes,
they have my contact information.
Okay, great. So yes, I'll let her know and then she can reach out to you.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. I know we have a little more discussion, so we'll go to Trevor and we'll continue to talk.
Yeah, my comments and suggestions are more on the survey end of things. I identify myself with a lot of what Nicole said. So in regards to the surveys, I'm always, my background is in, somewhat of polling, somewhat of political advocacy, persuasion. And I'm always worried when I see numbers that are too high. And so I have two things, especially knowing that the particular dynamics of the pharmacist profession. I'm wondering, do you believe that there might be some sort of Bradley effect where folks are responding in a more positive way than they actually to be perceived as being in favor of this, despite not having those personal beliefs? I'll just leave it that way. Is there, and if you think there might be that sort of impact where we're getting a great response saying everybody wants to do this, but here are all the reasons we're not, could there be, I'm absolutely not discounting the reimbursement issue. I think that's incredibly important, but looking beyond that to other dynamics, could it be the responses are positive because the respondents want to be perceived in that way? Or and if so, is there a way to adjust the questionnaire to kind of dig a little bit deeper to see if there's anything deeper there? So that's why I'll just leave my first question there.
Thank you, Trevor. To just begin to answer that, I think one factor related to the very positive attitudes that I relayed in our previous survey is that, as I mentioned, this was a convenient sample collected, through email listservs. So presumably there was some bias in that sample in terms of the type of person who'd click on a survey about pharmacy-based PrEP and take it. So I think one factor with this current study is that we are aiming to use a representative sample, reaching out to pharmacies directly. So I think that will be interesting. But I agree with your general concern. I think this is certainly something that's very hard to surmount when designing surveys, is that there's always risk of participants responding more positively, particularly if they know, what the researchers' interests and goals are. So we certainly do plan to have multiple modules in the survey that are assessing attitudes in different ways and assessing barriers. So even if someone is responding positively about their interest in, initiating this service, we're also collecting a lot of information about how feasible they feel it is and what they feel are the challenges to it. But I think you raise a good point that is hard to completely overcome.
And tied into that question is, with the research that you're going to be doing directly in pharmacies, are you purposely going into both urban and rural pharmacies to make sure to ensure the broad cross section, not just of types of pharmacies, but types different kind of rural versus urban attitudes?
Yes. So one of our pieces related to our sampling approach that I didn't mention for time is that we do plan to do some stratified sampling where we randomly sample within groups. So we hope to, for example, be oversampling independent pharmacies rather than just capturing all the chains, and then also oversampling rural pharmacies or pharmacies that are in health resource shortage areas, so that we're able to get a broader sense of the landscape out there.
Okay. And my last question statement-ish is, we had an earlier conversation about the Board of Pharmacy specifically needing to start hosting some of our own pages because of the deletions we're seeing on the FDA websites and federal websites. Particularly, we've seen administration websites deleting HIV PrEP information off of FDA and other websites. Is that something you think will have an impact with pharmacies taking up these options? Do you feel that the administration's current approach to deleting access to resources about this will have any sort of impact on this?
I may defer to Jerica to respond if you're okay with that, Jerica, but certainly an important concern.
Definitely, we felt it last Friday, Trevor, when the CDC did take down anything about trans care, DEI, language, etc. in the HIV space. My ID and HIV colleagues it was a busy weekend for us to find what happened to the resources page and all these things. So I think the short answer to your question is I don't really know if that will impact how pharmacists in California will view prep prescribing or furnishing. I think it's definitely what your question is very interesting to explore further. I cannot, being at the FQHC myself here, we recognize that, but it's not stopping us from providing care to even those who are unhoused, those who are undocumented still, regardless, unless if, our senior administration say, stop it or something, or the grants, don't come in. But we're preemptively trying to find workarounds. There was a staff meeting on Tuesday with some of the managers, excuse me, and they're trying to find workarounds because we do have several undocumented patients here at Ultimate, and it's a big public health issue. So it's not affecting us, but I cannot speak for others.
Well, I would just say, and this gets kind of opposite, a request of you to us. I mean, this is something that our governor and the legislature has clearly made a priority, is making sure that our institutions here, and of which the Board of Pharmacy is one, is making sure that we are providing the resources necessary that the administration is not. And so if there is something that we need to be providing on our website that you all in your research believe would help increase the uptake, whether it's providing those informational resources or anything, please let us know so that we can make sure that we're filling the void where there is, and we can take that action. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Trevor. Satinder?
Yeah, I was going to build on it. First of all, Nicole really nailed it. I couldn't have said it better. And barriers that are related to reimbursements. A lot of times when we think of reimbursements, we think of a drug cost. Those obviously we're used to doing. But when we start providing clinical services in cases like this, providing injection and getting reimbursed for that, that becomes a lot of times under the medical benefits. And that is a totally killer to provide this service in community pharmacy, for example, because as pointed out, we just don't have the system if it's not prescription billing. Second question, Trevor brings up a really excellent point about those surveys, but I don't know if this is true, but it could also be that when you're answering the survey, if I'm answering the surveys, of course I have intention to provide this service, but it's another thing when you want to provide the service that you see the barriers that come in the way. Like if you're in community pharmacy, you may not be able to bill. So obviously that's going to be really low. And you can also may not know, pharmacists may not thought through all the way through that injection site. Some are resistant to, like if it's not subcutaneous or, something easy, they may be reluctant to provide that. So I think that all of those things could be, when designing a survey, could be thought of it to get a better assessment, to see what's going to happen so that, to see that the billing, is number one, in my opinion.
Thank you, Satinder. Maria?
Thank you. And I really do appreciate this presentation and topic, because this is not my area of expertise. And I think that I know very little about the different treatments and what's going on in the ambulatory care arena. My questions are really kind of basic, I guess, about, is the plan to increase access to injectable products in the community-based pharmacies and not requiring people to go to a clinic type setting? Is that the overall goal of the study and the information?
Jerica, do you want to respond to that?
And now I'm probably going to also ask Lauren to chime in as well. Excuse me. I definitely, I think what we want to do with this study is to increase access overall, increase access, whether the patient can receive the preventive medicine from the pharmacist or from a clinician in the clinic setting. I would say for this study, it was just to explore more of the feasibility of the implementation of cabotegravir and lenacapavir. But I'm going to defer to Lauren, who's I would say, the main architect of the study.
Thanks, Jerica. I think it's a great question because I agree with Jerica's point that at some level we're really looking at feasibility at this stage. I do think widespread access to PrEP in community pharmacies would be a lovely goal, but given all of the barriers that have been discussed today and that we've considered previously, it may not be a realistic goal or a realistic priority for every pharmacy. So I think another question we're exploring in the study is if we're going to try to identify, communities or areas that could really be well served by having access to injectable PrEP in community pharmacies, could we target implementation? Could we have enough information that we would be able to target implementation in those settings versus just trying to reach for some goal of extremely widespread implementation everywhere? How best can we mobilize resources to help fill those gaps in access?
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that. I think that, that is admirable to provide access. I think one of the things we talked about at a previous presentation is that pharmacists are the easily accessible healthcare provider, and to be able to provide access and easy access is helpful. But to help the pharmacists, out from a practical point of view, I'm thinking about how would I do this if my workplace, it's at least, more and more pharmacists are familiar with providing vaccines, and so they know the process of a quiet, confidential location. They know the process of giving some types of injections. From what I'm learning about these products is that the injection process is slightly different, so there's probably some need for additional training and making yourself familiar with it. The location of the injection on the individual's body is very personal. And then there's the other issues that we didn't talk about today, but in other board conversations, is pharmacists often are not well versed on how to protect themselves and to protect their patient from misunderstandings or difficult situations that occur when you have a healthcare provider with a patient alone in a room. And there are times when they may need to have a witness or have something that is very specific protocol about what parts of the body are visible and what, especially when you're talking about people disrobing. I think that there's a lot of need for education about that, and I hope that that continues to be part of the conversation.
Thank you.
Can I respond quickly to that? I just want to. Awesome, thank you. I really appreciate the comment on liability because I think that that's been in the background. And I don't say that just because I'm an attorney by trade. I think that it's an incredibly important piece, right, in terms of, a pharmacist's comfort in being able to deliver services that they not only feel comfortable doing, but also feel safe doing. And I just want to say that the really great news, some of you may know, is that implementation studies are actually underway. So we do have folks who are real champions of SB 155, now 339 implementation, who are guiding other pharmacists to be able to do the same. And that includes with injectables. And I think that that is a really positive sign. We have researcher colleagues who are studying that process, who want to create the toolkits and create the knowledge, the know-how, and the pathways for other pharmacists who are equally, incentivized by their need to serve their community and their desire to serve their community. And that's a really encouraging thing. To the point about where we host these resources, I just want to share with you all that I told Jerica about this, but there's something called a Wayback Machine, and you can go back and capture snapshots of the internet before things are taken down. So at the risk of sharing this in a very public space, I found that very useful when I felt very fearful of the fact that things have disappeared off the internet. That said, the genesis of this study was originally funded by CHRP, which is a state-funded entity. And our website at chprc.org continues to host all of the research products derived from the first study in 2022. So you can bet that we will continue to utilize our state funding to be able to provide that information to the broader public. And I think that the more we can connect and stay connected, that will be a very, very important tool for us moving forward. The last thing I want to say is that we did have a question for you around dissemination, which is, once we collect these data, who needs to hear about them, right? Who needs to hear about the perspectives of pharmacists and what implementation needs to look like, and how we think these payment barriers need to be addressed and handled. And so we open up also that question or that query for you all in terms of hearing and wanting to hear your perspective on that.
Yeah, thank you. I think that there's a lot we could hopefully do, and I'm going to defer to Anne if there's any resources. I mean, I would imagine that, you know, our article for sure, but our website, anything that we can think of. I mean, we can engage obviously with stakeholders to try to provide that information.
So I would maybe suggest that this be an item for the Communication and Public Education Committee, where we can kind of take a bigger, you know, a deeper dive into it and maybe develop whatever that toolkit, communication, you know, campaign, whatever it looks like. So we'll make an action item to make sure that that gets placed on.
Sounds good. Go ahead, Trevor.
And this isn't specific to the Board of Pharmacy, and I may be making a very obvious point. But especially with our legislative champions in this arena, like Senator Wiener, so he can help disseminate it amongst his caucus, in addition to Equality California, which also gets significant state funding for public awareness campaigns throughout the state. And I believe they have AmeriCorps, I think volunteers, even in rural areas as well. I imagine there's significant overlap. As a former advisory board member, I believe that they would be an asset in this, because especially if it's resulting in billing issues that will require a legislative fix, both the senator and Equality California are likely to be significant allies in pushing something like that forward.
Thank you. I know that California board has supported SB 159 and 339, and I know that we've supported AB 1557. Hopefully that's the right bill number. That's the pharmacist payment bill. And I know that with our sunset bill, we are supporting standard of care approach as well, which I am hoping that we are doing what we can, at least in terms of removing barriers as much as we can so people can gain access to these services in a safe and effective manner. So I hope that we are doing our part, but also I'm just voicing a little concern that came to my mind, because a lot of our bills that is currently drafted, that is already in place, relies a lot on CDC's information. And I'm hoping that that does not turn into a future barriers. And if that is the case, just please let us know and see what we can do to assist pharmacists in providing these care. So with that, any other lasting comments from members and from presenters before we move to public comment?
I just have one question for you.
Yeah.
Thinking forward, really, once we have results from the study, the possibility that we find greater receptivity among independent community pharmacies than we do among chains. Have you in the past asked the representatives of the larger chains to come before the pharmacy board to discuss the possibility of policy changes within the chains that could act to help ensure greater access to particular products? Is that something that we might anticipate as an approach in the future?
I would imagine we're more than happy to try. We are always happy to try. Absolutely. And I think I misspoke. It's not AB 15, it's AB 317. Sorry, all the bill numbers get jumbled in my head. So anything do you want to say? Do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I can definitely encourage that too. I work with the chain, so it you know, I'm not speaking on behalf of the chain right now, but I can definitely facilitate that discussion to see if we can, how we can participate in this area.
All right. Any other comments from you guys before we open up for public comment? All right, we're ready for public comment. So as we open up for public comment, I would like to remind everyone present that the public comment is not a question and answer session. Rather, it is an opportunity to provide comment on the presentations. You are under no obligation to answer any questions. We'll begin with public comment in Sacramento. Oh, Sean, our public comment room in Sacramento is very slim. We're just down to 2 folks.
Hello. Thank you so much for the presentation from California Pharmacists Association. LAI, I believe that is really good to stay up with the current guideline for HIV, PrEP, and PrEP. And one thing that I think everyone already touched up on, as Nicole mentioned, AB 1114, even though HIV, PrEP, and PrEP is one of the pharmacy services, we have to figure out how we can make sure that is actually happening reimbursed. The other thing is regarding LAI, we also brought it up to DHCS attention for it is on the PED list, PED list. However, pharmacist doesn't have it is rejected as a scope of practice. So that is another barrier. And of course, somebody has also mentioned that workplace safety as to, there are patients who are asking for private area to be administered. The other thing I also wanted to mention that Trevor pointed out that depends on where you're located in the counties. Some of the county health departments are partnering with pharmacies to provide HIV, PrEP, and PrEP, as well as Beeve was actually one of the company that provided public comments for the rulemaking for DHCS 19002, which was due yesterday. And we are continuously advocating for HIV, PrEP, and PrEP. So there are a lot of things that we can do, and we are really envisioning with the standard of care that it'll provide better access to the patients. But one last thing that I also want to brought it up to attention is there is also barrier with the commercial payers. When pharmacists prescribe for HIV, PrEP, some of them are identifying pharmacists as a referring versus rendering provider. So that's something we should also think about. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. We're ready for WebEx, David?
We are now open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment on the presentation, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
We tired everybody out, so we're just going to cruise through the end of today. Thank you, guys. Members, any other comments before we let the presenters go? All right. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. We look forward to further research results and efforts on all this and continuing discussion on how we all could really eradicate HIV. So thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. We'll see you all soon.
Thank you all for your very helpful feedback, and Deshawn as well. It's been really very productive for us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. All right, next moving on to agenda item 12, discussion and consideration of waiver of pharmacy law provisions consistent with the authority of Business and Professions Code section 4062 in response to state of emergency related to the Palisades fire. As included in the meeting materials, Business and Professions Code section 4062 provides authority for the board to waive application of any provisions of pharmacy law or its regulations during a declared federal, state, or local emergency under specified conditions. The board, through an adopted policy, has delegated authority to the board president to issue a waiver up to 30 days. In response to the governor's proclamation of a state of emergency and consistent with the delegated authority, The board issued 3 specific waivers of pharmacy law. The first waiver provides flexibility to increase the number of pharmacy technicians a pharmacist may supervise. The second waiver provides flexibility for pharmacy personnel to perform some functions from outside of a licensed pharmacy. The third waiver allows for the delivery of drugs to an alternate location. As conditions remain very dynamic and it is anticipated there will be long-term impacts, this item was placed on the agenda for the board to consider if additional action is appropriate. You'll note that the approach I'm offering would provide me with the additional delegated authority to extend current waivers and issue new waivers related to the emergency declaration through the end of the fiscal year, which is June 30th of 2025, or until the end of the declared emergency, whichever is sooner. For me, been through COVID times, this waiver thing is like, I'm very familiar, but I understand this is kind of a new world for some members. So just wanting to make sure we have no questions or comments on it. And also, we're hoping that there's a possible motion on the slide, and I am not going to be offended. Anybody doesn't want to support it at all. Really. It's just so it's out there. We're open for comments, questions, suggestions, thoughts. Members?
Hi, President. It's Nicole. I've seen a lot of pharmacies in LA using these waivers and think they're really beneficial, and that I would like to go ahead and make the motion. So
Thank you.
I need to read the whole thing, right?
This is not a regulation, but why not? I mean, why not?
I'll make it. Okay, so my
Wait.
motion is consistent with the board's authority in Business and Professions Code Section 4062B and the January 7th, 2025 emergency declaration. Delegate authority to the board president to extend current waivers and issue new waivers related to the January 7th, 2025 emergency declaration through June 30th, 2025, or until the end of the declared emergency, whichever.
You drawn out a little bit in this room for some reason, so I'm just gonna say whichever is sooner, because that is critical part of the sentence. So whichever is sooner. With the motion?
Second.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Katie.
Too late to comment?
No.
Time
Okay.
for comments.
Does that take into the consideration that many pharmacies do remote work, and whenever the emergency happens, can we give it to the statewide? So if a pharmacy in Sacramento trying to help with affected areas in, let's say, Los Angeles, where the other pharmacy for the same group of companies may have that are shut down or evacuated, they can be beneficial to the increased ratio or whatever the
Yeah, I'm absolutely supportive of that. Legally, as long as that's okay.
So like if we can expand to the whole state, so
Yeah.
if somebody's pulling the resources,
Absolutely.
they can do it at the remote location within the state.
Absolutely.
Would that just be your discussion?
No.
I mean, you could make it so that it's for sure happen, so that motion could be amended to include that, or that I mean, it could just be part of I mean, it's really, at this point, karaoke time.
Need to, yeah.
It's working. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify for the board members that the way the waiver is currently written, it is not limited to the areas impacted by the fire. So I think,
No, but I think Katie
Two
wants
of the
it
three of them
broad.
are limited.
what I'm saying is it's not geographically limited as it's currently written.
Yes, that's what I understood.
So when a declaration of emergency happens, which is localized, if we can invoke this, will that allow us to operate outside the non-emergency areas as well? Because declaration of emergency is sometimes, or many a times, specific to counties.
I think, go ahead, Corinne.
Yeah, I mean, but the waiver, the Board of Pharmacy waiver as it's currently written, even though it was in response to the governor's state of emergency declaration, which, was geographically specific to that area, the wording of the waiver does not say, only pharmacies in the impacted areas can utilize this waiver. It's,
There's
Yeah.
3 waivers,
I think Katie.
and then 2 of them are geographically limited.
KK, you're talking about remote processing though, right?
Let's talk about ratios.
Or ratio. So all of the above. Yeah, that's, I think, I'm just, oh my
So
God.
that's actually,
Okay, then I might have been confused. I thought he was talking about remote processing.
Yes, that's what I thought too. Yeah, but I think we made it, so at least from my like recollection, I try to make it as broad as possible without me coming across as being too expensive. And I think that's where we landed, but I am more than happy if you all want to expand even further on one.
actually I had the opposite concern, that I thought that the one waiver that did not have any geographic limitations was too broad, because it allows a pharmacy in extreme Northern California taking care of only patients in Northern California to use remote processing because of the waiver. The waiver is not limited to the location of the patient or the location of the pharmacy. It's statewide. Now, what KK is saying seems to make more sense to me, that if it's helping patients in the area of the disaster, then I don't care where the pharmacy is.
Exactly.
But I don't think that the waiver as written now should allow people in San Francisco to take care of people in Fort Bragg.
But what if? I think
The disaster is in,
No, but I think what Jay's point is why we decided to be broad, because we were worried about people being displaced all over the place. And we were just worried that if they're impacted, yes, they lived in LA, but they could, I mean, honestly, I thought about this for my life. I'm like, if my place was burned out, I could go. I mean, there are a lot, like I could be in Washington. I could be, all over the
that's a valid point.
Yeah.
But it is not limited to patients who are impacted by the disaster. It's for everyone, all the time, everywhere in California. So yes, it's broader than just those people that are moving because of the disaster. It could be misused, and maybe that's the concern that I have.
Yeah.
Because there are people who are dramatically impacted because when the previous waivers expired, people lost jobs. People were not able to do this. Now, for the next 6 months, maybe they'll postpone it or they'll go back to the way they used to be. Nothing to do with the disasters, but because this isn't a better workflow for their workplace.
Yeah.
And so that's why I really thought that the first two waivers were very good, because they were about the location of where the medications are being filled and where they're being delivered. This one I had a little bit more problem as to. It just seemed to have not enough limitations. Now, if you say if it's a patient who's impacted by the disaster or a patient who is relocated because of the disaster or something, but I don't think that it should be for everyone everywhere just because that's what they used to do.
Thank you, Maria. Go ahead, KK.
Thank you. Just to bring more clarity, I mean, we have, which I represent, long-term care pharmacies. And when we have, let's say, evacuation, number of facilities, as it happened in Southern California, get evacuated, each facility has about 100 patients. And you're talking about 2,000, 3,000 patients all of a sudden scattered around Los Angeles or a greater area. And your pharmacy itself is impacted. These pharmacies are also where 100, 200 people work, and 3/4 of the staff cannot show up. In that case, it necessitates for, let's say in Sacramento, if I have another pharmacy, to send more people to the pharmacy in Sacramento and see if we can help those patients who are in LA and really take care of the situation, because we routinely see that in the institutional settings where a single nursing home gets relocated. They get relocated to 3 hotels and 2 schools. And all of a sudden we have to deliver. So if it takes about 2 people, 3 people to manage that business, all of a sudden 100 patients need 8 prescriptions each. Half of them requires prior authorization, disaster-related prior. A lot of people get engaged on the phone, and we deal with it at not hundreds, sometimes thousands of patients at a time. And if this is broad enough where a ratio can be applied or not applied to another set of the area. In California, it's big enough, thank God. One set of parallel doesn't affect every part or every part of the states, thankfully. They'll be very helpful for institutional pharmacies, long-term care pharmacies, where really we're looking at things at a very different scale than a one small retail pharmacy could be.
So I'm just talking about remote processing, not the ratios right now. The remote processing, my concern is that this will be abused because it really has nothing to do with the disaster except for the time. This will allow remote processing in any part of California for any patient in California, not just those who are impacted by the patients of the disaster. And so my concern is that it may be overly broad. Now, your points about patients being relocated to Northern California, well, they're patients that are being, so those patients would still qualify, but it should not be seen as broadly used for every situation to allow remote processing all the time, no matter where the pharmacy is located, no matter where the patient is located. And examples are, we have very rural environments in Northern California. Let's say that they have no patients that are being relocated from Southern California. They can use this waiver and it would be legal to do remote processing for Chico, for Sacramento to start covering pharmacies in Chico, for example, or Fort Bragg or Eureka. And it's not because patients have relocated there, it's because the waiver allows it.
And Maria, I think you bring a great point, and I'll let KK respond, but I just wanted to say that the reason why we decided, yes, there is a risk of people taking advantage, and I think unfortunately that is the case for any and all situation, and I think in this circumstances, the risk of not being broad was too high to, we wanted to provide flexibility. We wanted, and in all honesty, I was worried about more fires coming on and this affecting more parts of California than just that area that's currently really devastated. But then guess what happened 2 weeks later? Fires were happening in other parts of California. And I mean, it's raining right now in this part of the town, but I mean, it's in my area, it's still very dry. And we have firefighter Jeff, who can probably tell us more about what's going on out there. That is the mystery of crazy fires. But so I just wanted to, I think it's, keeping it broad was very necessary, and I think it's still appropriate. That's just my opinion. And, I understand if all members feel strongly to not feel that way, I'm more than happy to limit the waiver. So I'll go to KK, I'll go to Satinder, then I'll go to Trevor, and then we'll reconvene. Go ahead, KK.
Yeah, again, there's a whole long debate that can happen for the remote processing. For me, a licensed personnel is a licensed personnel wherever they are standing. But besides that, we also are in a very large state with a very peculiar geography. And the way mountains are here in our states and mountain passes are there, it isolates areas. So not only the pharmacies are closing and people are relocating, it blocks the access, even if you're not in the disaster area, to go from place A to place B. Besides running long-term care pharmacy, I also have a very large delivery operations within that. And we drive, believe it or not, about 200,000 miles a week to deliver medications. And we have so many choke points in our system that not only delivery of medication is affected, people's movement get affected. Orange County pharmacists cannot reach in San Fernando Valley for 5 hours when something like this happens. So I think the benefits outweigh the risk during the period of disasters. There may be a possibility of abuse, as you mentioned, but in most cases, my personal belief is that wherever a licensed person is standing, he's a licensed person, he can do or she can do her duties diligently. And this is the time where we need that to happen because we have a limited pool of resources and if we can maximize that. This is not going to go away, as you know. Fires, floods, all of those things. As we are speaking today, I got a notification. Rural Sonoma County is flooded right now. And I have thousands of patients there who live in care homes. I'm sure at least few of them will be evacuated. So those things we do have to kick in. So I strongly believe that at least for the limited period, remote processing is actually a boon, not a rate limiting step.
Thank you, KK. And I'll go to Satinder, then Trevor.
So I just wanted to, first of all, I think there's a potential of abuse, but I can just tell you from personal experience, I have actually a firsthand experience in 3 different disasters in Hawaii, Lahaina, Paradise Fire, and also Santa Rosa fires, and now Southern California. So I wouldn't never expect, but seeing what happens actually, people not only move, like locally from one shelter to another, they go all the way all over the place in the state, and sometimes even out of state to stay with relatives. Okay. And some of these, so we're not talking about folks that are not pharmacists. Sometimes these are pharmacists, technicians that get displaced. They want to work. Sometimes these remote, from first-hand experience, sometimes even though there was not a need in Northern California or affected, but if you have a pharmacy that can now help, that are like drowning on the other side because all of their employees are lost, they can help them. So having a wide, more area encompassed, like it's all over the state, it gives more flexibility. And yes, there's a potential of abuse that could be abused, but I personally haven't seen, that experience of abuse. It's more like it helps it. And it could, obviously it's temporary, and if somebody's changing their business model to abuse it, in that sense, they know that it's going to go away, so that'd be foolish. So I think to keep it broad would be actually a lot more helpful and provides the flexibility to help people in multiple ways instead of always going back to the board. Can you add this now? Can you add that now? So it provides a little bit more right away, and it was quick, and I actually commend the board staff and President O for acting it quickly and really sending out emails and social media posts, and especially and that emergency prescription assistance program. You don't know how much that's helpful and for the people, and it's incredible help. So, like after seeing some of those, what happens to people, I am all for it,
Thank you, Satinder. And I'll go to Trevor, Nicole, then I'll go to you, Jeff.
Yeah, just quickly to say, I trust President O's judgment. I think we need to lead with expediency in an emergency situation, so I'll be voting in favor.
Thank you, Trevor. Then I'll go to you, Nicole, and then we'll go to Jeff.
Satinder said what I was going to say, was just going to remind that this is also pharmacists and techs who are impacted. I know a lot of people who lost their home here, and yeah, they've gone all kinds of distances, and this would be really helpful for some of them to keep their job.
Thank you. And Jeff?
Is the abuse that we're talking about put the public at risk? Okay, thank you.
Okay, one more.
Yeah, go ahead, Maria. And this is why this is why this discussion is awesome, because I know we're always not always on everything. We don't agree on everything together. It's like, this is why this discussion is great. And I really appreciate you bringing this up, Maria. I really mean it. Go ahead.
So, and the main reason I brought it up was to have this discussion, because this is not as black and white. And I think it really shows that the board has thoughtful consideration, that we had 3 separate waivers that dealt with 3 very distinct separate situations that were very well written and released very timely. So I would be voting yes.
Thank you, Maria. Okay, well, thanks, guys. So motion is by Nicole. Satinder seconded, if I remember correctly. Okay, oh my God, my memory works. Okay, go ahead.
So as we are going to pass, is in the language, is it broad enough to cover the whole state?
Yes, that was the hope. Yes, okay. Yes.
Just to be clear, KK is asking for the whole state to be covered by the ratio change, and the ratios are limited to geography. There are 3 different waivers. The remote is for the whole state, the other 2 are geographic.
As I explained, when as I explained, when things get south, we have a 200 people pharmacy who cannot function, who affects few thousand, 12,000, 18,000 patients. And it is probably necessary for the other pharmacy to bring in more people, probably disproportionate to the ratio.
I'm gonna defer to Anne, because we talked about this at like 9 p.m. on a random weeknight. Because, you know, we gotta do these things. I thought the language on the ratio was broad enough to be applicable to quite a few like area, but if the members feel comfortable, I am happy to let it be like the others as well. So
Just to read it then, that
go
for the
ahead, yeah.
for the staffing ratio for pharmacies located in Los Angeles County, Kern County, Ventura County, Orange County, Riverside County, San Bernardino County, or any other surrounding county where displaced Californians may be receiving pharmacy services. That sounds like it covers it.
Covers very
Because
wide.
if
like
there
because it
any
may
county that's
be-
covering displaced Californians.
Because it's legally, I mean, Corinne, I don't know, please
It
again.
depends on the interpretation of what we want to call surrounding county. And I may have a pharmacy in Butte County, and which may or may not be surrounding to LA County.
But they
depending on
may
what
be
you-
receiving, right? Can that cover it?
It says, I'm just going to go back and, because Maria was paraphrasing just a little bit. So the ratio of pharmacists to pharmacy technicians may increase to allow one additional pharmacy technician for each supervising pharmacist under the following conditions. Pharmacy is located in those counties or another surrounding county where displaced Californians may be receiving pharmacy services. So I think, yes, another surrounding county. I mean, you could interpret that very narrowly. You could interpret it broadly. It's going to depend on the enforcement, you know, how you choose to enforce it and how strictly are you going to be making that interpretation. You could decide that you want to explicitly change the wording to make it, you know, very clear what KK is talking about. You could leave it the way that it is.
I think in the disaster situation, keeping it clear and unambiguous will help everybody. Otherwise, you have a workforce ready in Sacramento with 15 pharmacists. Not sure if I can help in San Diego. What's the point? Because the emergency period is gone till you see and get clarification.
Go ahead, Anne.
So I think the way that the motion reads, you're delegating to the board president to extend and issue new. So, you know, I think that if this motion passes, you would have the ability to either amend this or issue a new one and replace this with clarifying language based on the motion.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Is that good, everybody? All right. We're ready for public comment. In Sacramento. No, just two. Nope. And we're ready for public comment in WebEx.
We are open for public comment via WebEx on the motion. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. And our first request comes from Paige Talley. Hold on just a second. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you, David. Paige Talley with CCAP. And I just want to say that I understand Maria's concerns. However, I agree with KK, and because I represent so many long-term care pharmacies, and they have patients everywhere, not just where their pharmacy is located. And so I think it should remain broad. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we're going to hear from Larry Reese. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. I'll make this brief. I just want to concur with both Paige's comments and KK. In my experience, I deal with a number of long-term care residents and institutional people, including in the VA system. And it is, I think I agree with the need for that population, especially to be flexible. I support your position. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment.
And those are all of our requests for public comment at the moment.
Thank you, David. All right, members. I guess the waiver expires like today or tomorrow.
February 9th.
So, okay. And I guess we'll be talking soon. Okay, members, we're ready for a vote. Trevor?
Yes.
Thank you. Renee?
Yes.
Thank you. Jeff?
Yes.
Thank you. KK?
Yes.
Thank you.
That we can expand the whole
Yes,
state.
I absolutely will. Yes. Jay?
Yes.
Thank you, Satinder.
Yes.
Thank you, Maria.
Yes.
Thank you, Nicole.
Yes.
Thank you. And I vote yes. The motion passes. We're almost there. Quick. 2 things left, and we got to go to closed session, and we'll be done. So, agenda item 13, Organizational Development Committee report. Moving to agenda item 13, Organizational Development report. The report is information only, so I'll keep my comments very brief and open up for board and public comment at the end. The meeting materials include updated information on the board's budget for fiscal year 24-25, which began on July 1st. The board's authorized expenditures are anticipated to be about $35.2 million this year. The board's fund condition indicates that it's projected that the board fund will slowly decrease. According to the report provided by the DC, the board's fund currently has 6.3 months in reserve. As a reminder, under the provisions of Business and Professions Code Section 4400T, the board shall seek to maintain a reserve equal to approximately 1 year's operating expenditures. As the board's new fee structure becomes effective, January 2025, we'll continue to monitor the fund and, if necessary, make adjustments in the future years. Board member attendance and mail vote information is included in attachment 2 and 3. I am truly, truly grateful for everyone for their time and commitment to protecting California consumers. Moving to the personnel update, the board currently has 11 vacant staff positions. Recruitments are ongoing. I receive regular updates on recruitments as part of my weekly meetings with the executive officer and monthly as part of our organizational development committee meetings. Members, do you have any questions or comments?
I have one. I saw that we're hiring a legislative director. And so is that new? Is that something we've had out there for a while? When I was reading, I just saw that. And
Good catch, Trevor. And
It is a new position, so it'll be the first time. Yep.
okay. And are we like is the hope just to be the regular legislative liaison? Is it to liaise with members of the legislature? Is it meant to liaise with members of other departments? Like what's the scope for that role?
So I would say all of
before
the
you answer, Anne, Anne had like 5 different jobs on top of like 7 different jobs. So now hopefully that will help. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's kind of all related, if that makes sense. So really being the point person for a lot of the legislative activities that the board does, but then also responsible for a lot of like the public engagement kinds of things and overseeing a lot of that as well. The position, the position has been filled, but we're waiting for a few things for announcements.
Exciting. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other comments? We're ready for public comment. No public comment? Ready for public comment in WebEx?
We are open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes, please. Thank you, David. All right. And the attachment 4 includes the meeting dates for the remainder of the year and schedule for just this year. So we'll hopefully, there's some changes. So if you could please take a look and make sure you mark those dates. Next agenda item is 14, Executive Officer Report. I'll turn the meeting over to Anne for a brief report. Anne?
Thank you. I'll go as fast as possible. So thanks for the opportunity. The first two items in the report are the quarterly statistics for items under the purview of the licensing committee and the enforcement and compounding committee. You will note that the processing times for some of our site application types exceed the board's performance standards. Should it be helpful, just a reminder that the data reflected is not the average processing time, but the date of the oldest application or type of item to be processed. The board's average processing time is actually much less. Generally speaking, the board attempts to process applications in the order applications are received. However, this is not always possible for a variety of reasons, including date certain applications for which, an example, a specific business transaction date has been established, which may be the case for a change of ownership or change of location, which then drives the priority of the applications and the processing. Specifically related to the data provided under the auspices of the Enforcement and Compounding Committee, second level review is significantly longer than prior reporting periods. This is for a variety of reasons, but as the board has recently filled the chief of enforcement position, we anticipate a time reduction in second level review time over the next few quarters. CPJE stats are provided. As indicated, the overall pass rate for the reporting period was 66.4%. The pass rate for California schools is higher at 69.15. Pass rates for the various schools are provided if you are interested in more detail, included in an attachment. Sunset Oversight Update. The Sunset Report was submitted on January 6th and has been posted on the board's website. Breaking news, we do believe that the board's Sunset hearing could be scheduled for March 11th. If this is the case, the board should have time to review and approve its responses to Sunset issues raised by the Oversight Committees at its April 9-10 board meeting. Also, as included in the report is information on online renewal payments. As included in the materials, over 50% of pharmacists and pharmacy technicians renew their license online for the fourth quarter of the calendar year last year. With the recent transition to online renewals the beginning of the year, I would expect that the percentage to continue to increase. We will continue to provide updates on the data. As noted in the report, there have been some challenges with the transition to a new payment vendor. Some licensees are experiencing an issue with the online renewal payment. We have developed a temporary solution with DCA to address the issue, but regrettably, it is requiring a lot of staff intervention. Based on the information we have, it appears that about 2% of the online renewals are impacted by this technology glitch. The board's PIC training has been finalized and should be posted shortly. Once posted, a subscriber alert will be released that will include information on how to create an account in the board's new learning management system to complete the training. As you learned through the DCA update, the governor has issued an executive order related to fees for licensees impacted by the LA fires. Based on the data we were provided by the department, we believe approximately 190 licensees may be impacted and meet the criteria established in the executive order. Outreach has been made to both of our associations, CPHA and CSHP. We have also initiated direct outreach to licensees that fall within the provisions of the EO. Also included in the meeting materials is an update on the medication error reporting requirements with the execution of the contract with the Institute for Safe Medication Practices. Implementation activities are underway, and in the next few weeks, we believe communication to licensees about requirements will be released. And the last item in the report is just the status of pending regulation changes. That's my report. Thank you.
And it's like you're competing who can speak the fastest. That was, I'm like trying to hold. But thank you for very quick summary. I'm sure members might have some comments or questions for you, Anne.
I have one comment.
Go ahead, Marie. Other than how fast you spoke.
Well, I was going to suggest that maybe Anne should be doing the drug commercials with all
So with the side effects?
the side effects. I'm one of the pharmacists that did do the online renewal, and I found it very helpful and quick. My only comment is this is not about the board, but anytime we do seems like any online payment for any vendor, any resource, not just for the state, there is the fee that needs to be done. And so that is unfortunate, but the renewal process is much faster and easier, so it was beneficial.
Thank you, Maria. All right, I don't see anyone, so we're ready for public comment, and I'm sure no public comment.
Sorry, President, I didn't have my hand raised. Can I just really quick?
Missed you.
No, it's okay. Sorry, Peggy.
Hello, dog. I was distracted by Anne's fast speech, so I missed you. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Sorry, Peggy's hanging out today. So I just wanted to ask, like, would there be any way with some of those reports, like I was looking through how many people applied in the different categories and everything, it's a lot of information. Would there be any way to flag, like, if something is very different? Like if we all of a sudden saw a huge drop in the number of pharmacies or pharmacists or something like that, is that ever something that we look at or comment on?
Hey, Nicole, thanks for the question. So generally, we provide that at the fiscal year end meetings, where we provide 3-year comparisons. We do try to do a little snap line, but we generally do that on an annual basis with a 3-year comparison.
Got it. Okay, I'll watch for that. Thank you.
And there's a really good juicy information on our sunset report too, that I'm sure you read, but it's long, so it's like 100, probably like 500 pages. So anyway, we're ready for public comment in WebEx. David?
We are open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3. And as a reminder to our mobile device users, you may need to hit the ellipses button, that's the ... in order to find your hand. We're going to take just a few more seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes, please, David. That's it for today. Thank you, everybody, for joining today. Our next agenda is closed session. I'd like to thank members of the public for your participation. As indicated on the agenda, the board will now convene in closed session to discuss this item set forth on the agenda. Adjournment will immediately follow closed session, and there will be no other business discussed. Please note the adjournment may not be viewable on the webcast. Members of the public, thank you for joining the meeting today. It's 2:15, so we'll start at 2:20. Nicole and Renee. 2:20. I'm going to say one more time, 2:20. The meeting is adjourned.
Debbie sent that.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, everybody. Drive safe.
Bye, Renee. Bye,
Flying
Nicole.
home. Bye-bye.
All right.